wishes to rewatch today's presentations. We are also continuing with the use of Pigeonhole again this year. This platform has been used successfully for the last 2 years and has proven to be an excellent way for engagement from everyone, both in attendance and who are watching remotely. To sign into our event today on your phone, tablet, or laptop, open a browser and go to www.pigeonhole.at. Note, that's .at, not .com. The password to access this event is stronger. Pigeonhole is pretty easy to use, but if you have any questions, please feel free to ask one of the staff members at the table. To my right, at the back. They're at the back this time, sorry. This is our leadership group who will be moderating questions and answering your questions as we go. In the interest of transparency, Ms. Tanisha Tates, our Director of Public Relations and Policy, and Mr. Chad Stroshine, our IT specialist, will be moderating the questions that come in, but only to reject profanity or inappropriate or abusive language. And they're just over to my right here. As we did last year, any questions that are not answered here today will be answered in writing through the Pulse in the coming months. And without further ado, because that went really fast, I'm going to introduce Dusty Schlitter, the President of the College of Paramedics.
Good morning. Thank you. It's been a busy week this week. I totally expected to need to be induced. I didn't expect to go into labor on my own, so I'm pretty surprised to be here and not really pregnant. So luckily, though, for me, the past president has included nanny in his function, so thank you, Pete, right? So that being said, I probably will, as I'm fumbling through motherhood, my daughter is 7 now, and I thought it would be a little bit more like riding a bike, but I'm fumbling a little bit through motherhood, and I'm probably going to fumble a little bit through this speech, but just ask that you bear with me a little bit. So I want to take us back to 2 years ago. So speaking of my nanny over here, Pete stood up here and talked about an incredible vision of paramedics in space. And this year, I'm so proud to be sharing how we got to this place where that vision is a bit of a possibility. We bug him for his altruistic vision, and we definitely razz him around the table, but it's that vision that's brought us to where we are today. And it's really easy in the world to point out what's wrong, and we don't often get the opportunity to talk about what's going right. So I'm really happy today because my speech is basically centered around what we're doing well, and we're doing a lot of things really well. It's not perfect, but we're definitely on the path. We're a different college. So 30 years ago, as you know, today actually began as the Alberta Pre-Hospital Professions Association. So from a humble beginnings of 3 people in a basement, the college is now a corporation. Continued under the Health Professions Act, consisting of all of us, with a council of elected, regulated members, appointed public members, who are responsible for the governance of the profession. We have various committees and working groups who support the governance through registration, competence, conduct, and education, and our staff of approximately 25, which is not a big staff when you look at everything we've accomplished over the last couple of years. And they carry out all these activities for self-regulation. It's pretty impressive. And then we go on to more than 9,000 members across this province. We have become a formidable presence in the Alberta healthcare landscape. I wanted to bring this up as there will always be a history to how we got to where we are now. And as someone who's been on council for 5 years, and we went through the strategic planning process. We've been going through it. We were attempted to consult with educators, employers, and all of our members in the fall, and then we went into this process this year with council, and it was pointed out I've always sat around the table and said, I want to get out of the weeds. I would like to be a governor. What is being a governor about? I don't think I should be talking about the day-to-day business of the college. We need to be governing, and maybe I'm not a good governor. And it was pointed out in that session that governance for us, as we've kind of stumbled over the last couple of years, is the need of the day, and it's the leadership that you need to provide in the moment, and I think that we did that. So that was a big learning for me. And what it's done through our strategic planning consultant, Sarah Thomas, she's wonderful. She helped me see that we've developed this grit, that we've dug in and that we've done some really good things. And I'm pretty proud of that. And I wear that grit very proudly now as we actually, I find around the council table, we are deliberating at the appropriate level, and we're having good discussions, and all the discussions are welcome, and I think we're making a big difference. So I'm pretty proud of this grit. And then I think the big difference here is I've been to a few of these meetings. I've been to a few special meetings. We've been promising that we're making changes. Well, I'm here today to show you the changes that we've made. It's no longer just a promise. They're upon us, and we get to talk about that today. So I'm going to start with communication changes. In 2017, the college communications team shifted when we brought in the director of PR. So you'll see, I'm just going to point her out again, Tanisha over here. And we talk about the Pulse. So the Pulse is now a reliable communication vehicle. It comes out on the 25th of the month, or the first business day after that. And it has grown from a couple of articles to a consistent message from either myself, Wendy, Tim, and you'll see this if you open up the June Pulse. We have pretty good readership rates too, so thank you to all of you for your engagement and opening that and taking a look. In the May issue, you also saw a new section on complaints reporting, which will be an ongoing section, so you're informed of the number of complaints that are new, open and closed, how they were closed, so whether if it was a resolution or if it went to a hearing. I think this information is important, and it should be something that you guys are seeking out every month, because sometimes it's hard to know some of the things that maybe you can stumble into that you're not aware of, and I think it's a really good tool for us to have to use just to guide us on our journey. This dedication to timely, regular, and relevant communications, it's significantly improved, and I'm really proud when the Pulse comes out every month to open it up, take a look, and see all the good work everyone involved with the college is doing. Our website, in the summer of 2017, our communications team also rewrote the content for the entire college website, and worked with each department to create clear and consistent information. The team also engaged a new local website company who recreated the website to allow staff more flexibility to manage the site internally rather than relying on contractors. That kind of ties your hands sometimes. The communication teams are also now much more involved in ensuring information is sent to you in your direct emails, and the Pulse, it matches what you're seeing on the website. We understand there's nothing more frustrating than seeing different information in different places. I've experienced that was frustrating. And we've made sure this isn't happening anymore. So it's just fantastic. Our annual members meeting, so here we are today. And it's a huge undertaking by the college. As I walked in this morning, I looked at how fatigued everyone's looking, and yet happy at the same time. I think they've really found their groove for our annual members meeting, and we're pretty lucky to have them supporting us. So under the HPA, as Melissa talked about this a little bit, we're no longer required to hold an annual general meeting in the traditional sense where members bring resolutions and we vote. These items are all discussed and decided upon by the council that you've elected. And also, our public members that are appointed by government. So that being said, council, us sitting around the table, we didn't want to do away with this type of forum where we can come together face to face and network every year. So council has made it a priority that we will, so we don't have the annual general meeting, we'll have an annual members meeting and give us an opportunity to keep you guys informed, be accountable to you in a face to face type opportunity, and then also now on Facebook. So pretty proud that we decided to keep going with that, even if it feels a little bit different. As you've heard again today, any questions asked through Pigeonhole that aren't answered, will be taken back to the college, and a follow-up document with an answer to every single question will be released. So we did that last year. And just to put that in a little bit of context, Tanisha reads every single question and makes sure an answer is provided either through the Pulse or the website. In the last 2 years, the college has provided more than 450 answers to members through Pigeonhole and follow-ups, so that's pretty impressive. And then, of course, communications overall within the college has expanded to social media, where a communication team regularly engages in conversations and provides information in real time to members looking for basic information. So I'll often, on a weekend or a stat holiday, pick up my phone and check out what's happening on the college feed, and they're posting, and it's awesome. There's a lot of intention and commitment that's gone into the communication strategy, and we're very fortunate to have the people we do supporting us. So we want regulatory performance. And we talk about regulatory performance, and we wanted to make this one of the pillars of our strategic plan. But in order to be a regulatory performer, we need to have a strong performance in our business. And I think that's definitely happening. So in terms of business changes, in the summer of 2018, the college proposed the change in renewal timing to alleviate pressures felt by members, staff, employers, and service providers alike. So that's what you see. So this was proposed to staff and members, and the support for the change was unanimous. And it's why today we're in a shortened member year. So we transitioned to the new October 1st to September 30th membership year. We heard you guys, and it also works out better for us in the business. So it was a massive undertaking, but I think it's definitely something that was worth doing. When it comes to ensuring members have the tools they require to do their job, you'll know we recently undertook the complete review and rework of the Code of Ethics to create a document that's easier for members to understand and to apply. And in our commitment to HPA compliance and ensuring members are engaged in the development of these critical documents, you'll also know that the college recently completed the member consultation on the proposed Code of Ethics. All members were invited to participate in the consultation. The feedback was considered. Changes were made before the document went to the government for appropriate consultation. You'll hear more about the Code of Ethics this afternoon as well. Other projects, the college has also been busy with other instrumental projects, including the implementation of member cards. So we've talked about that. We've had that come up here for a couple of years. Videos that will help students understand the college exam, finalizing and implementing the EMR program's approval standards, agreements with other stakeholders like the Memorandum of Understanding with the Alberta Veterinarian Medical Association that allows our members to treat police canines. And then last but not least, and we're going to dig into this a little bit, the member survey. So in 2017, the college communications team brought back a formal member satisfaction survey. And it was a way for you guys to provide your feedback. And it was the first time in 10 years we undertook this type of activity. We were able to follow that up in 2019. So the college, our director of PR reads every comment you submit. So this is Tanisha again, okay? So in 2017, you guys provided 3,000 comments. And for contrast, this year it was more than 9,000. So she's reading every single comment, and we're trying to address every theme that comes in. It's really informed us, and it was really good for us in our strategic planning process too. You don't have to believe me about this because I'm about to show you some of the statistics, but it was a pretty proud moment when those results rolled in from the 2019 survey. We had this benchmark, and we were able to see where we improved. It's pretty impressive, so we're going to dig into there. So we'll start, so there was almost a 5% increase in engagement from 2017, where we saw an already impressive 30% response rate. So what that means today is that to the person to the left of you and the person to the right of you, that means one of you responded to the member survey. So please, we want to say thank you to you for your engagement, and we want to keep on this trajectory where we're increasing every year because your feedback is critical to the direction of the college, strategic direction and vision. So we'll dig into it. So regulatory. Members feel significantly more informed in 2019 compared to 2017 about regulatory processes. Those who responded feel that they were adequately informed almost doubled in 2 years. So in 2019 it was 68% versus 2017 at 35%. That's amazing. I had a huge grin on my face as I was reading these. Communication, direct emails. So 2019 saw an increase in satisfaction with direct emails. So the satisfied or very satisfied component increased by more than 20%. So 2017 was 46%, 2019 68%. The dissatisfied or very dissatisfied, so it's good. You see the good ones go up and the bad ones go down. It dropped by more than half. So we went from 13.2 down to 5.5. And members who were neutral dropped by 15%. So I love to see apathy. It's good, go down. We're digging in, we're having an opinion, right? Is there anything we can do to improve direct emails to support you better? Overwhelmingly, so it's 89%. You can say overwhelmingly when you say 89%. There's nothing we can do better to improve our direct emails. That's pretty cool. Communications, the pulse specifically. So 2019 saw an increase in satisfaction with the pulse. So the satisfied, very satisfied category increased again by almost 20%. And the dissatisfied or very dissatisfied dropped by half again. So it's pretty consistent. Members who are neutral dropped by approximately 8%. And then less members indicate that they have opted out or don't read the pulse. So we went from 16.1% in 2017 that said they just don't read it to 12.6%. So we like to see those numbers coming down. And is there anything we can do to improve the pulse? Again, we're at 88.5, so almost 90%. There's nothing we can do to improve the pulse. Again, just cool. Overall, do you feel the college communication communicates enough information to you? More than 50% of members now agree the college provides adequate information compared to 30% in 2017. Approximately 1 in 5 believe the college should communicate more information. And those who said the college should communicate more information dropped by more than half. Again, so you're seeing a theme in that drop. And then 1 in 4 are unsure if the college should communicate more information. I mean, not everybody wants more emails, right? And those were unsure increased from 2017 to 2019. So the website, most members, which means 67% that responded to the survey, visited the website in the last month. Less than 10% said it had been more than 3 months since they were on the website. And members who used the website in 2019 is consistent with that. Member use of the website is consistent from 2017 to 2019. 2019 saw an increase in satisfaction with the website. 11.4% of members were able to find what they were looking for right away. 6% less members were being able to find what they were looking for, even if it took a little bit to find it. And then the number of members not able to find what they were looking for dropped by half. So, customer service, this was awesome. How would you rate the level of service provided by college staff? 70% of members rate the level of service provided by staff as good to excellent. There was a 17% increase in members who rate level of service as excellent or good. Approximately 1 in 5 rate the level of service as fair. There was a nominal decrease in members who rate that, so that was good. And only 1 in 10 rated the level of service as poor or very poor. Members who rate the level of service as poor or very poor, again, dropped by half. So it's pretty impressive. You'll see in May I sent out a president's message that challenged some of maybe the feelings that we've carried through history and some of the filters we apply to some of the information that comes out from the college. And so I think sometimes we hold on to that, and maybe that's what we're seeing in the 1 in 10. So I'm really hoping if you're one of those people that were the 1 in 10, please give us the chance to change your mind, engage with us, and see if you can't have a better experience, and then provide us your feedback. There was I gotta make sure I'm on the right page here. There was a 17.7% increase in members who rated timeliness of service as excellent or good. We had heard that one before, that there was people were frustrated by a delay. So this was great news for us. Approximately 1 in 5 rate timeliness as fair, and only 15% of members rate timeliness of service as poor or very poor. So again, let us change your mind. Impression, the last 2 years there have been significant changes at the college. What is your current overall impression of the college? 33% of members rate their overall impression of the college as favorable or very favorable. 25% of members rate their overall impression of the college as unfavorable or very unfavorable. And 42% of members rate their overall impression as neutral. So we have some work to do there in the bottom. We need to harness that apathy, and we have some minds to change. So now for those of you who are skeptical about this information, you can read the summary. It'll be in the June Pulse and provided on the college website on June 17th. This information tells us that despite our great work we have done over the last couple of years, we still have room to go, and we acknowledge that freely. There's not a person around the council table that isn't interested in being open about how we've stormed and formed and where we are, and we're more than willing to have a candid conversation with you about that. So like I said, please give us the opportunity to change your mind. So the main themes in the 2019 survey were cost, fees, money, budgeting, and financials. That one keeps coming up. And Tim's gonna give us a very riveting presentation on that. So he's gonna fix that up for us here shortly. And it's the top concern in 2017 as well. Members still do not feel they have enough information on where their money goes. They also feel there's not enough return for the cost of their membership fees. It's easy for me to know that, sitting inside and sitting as the treasurer, but we definitely need to do a better job of helping you guys understand that. And I need to tell you that being fiscally responsible with your money and respecting where those dollars come from is a utmost priority of council and the college. Number 2, support for members. A continued theme, again, from 2017. Members continue to feel unrecognized and unsupported, especially in the area of mental health programs. Number 3, continuing competence in education. Another continued theme is confusion and frustration around the continuing competency program and the available opportunities. New for 2019 was substantial concern over the 2019 required competency, and I think that had to do a lot with the mandatory module. And then number 4, I'm having a hard time reading that one on here. This was one of the lowest priority items in 2017, but has moved up to the top 5 in 2019. Members are expressing a desire to have the college advocate for them as a profession. So we are a regulator, and we do have member services. That can be confusing, but we're definitely open to this type of dialogue and understanding what type of support you'd like to see and maybe what we're able to do. And number 5, this was expressed subtly in 2017, but not substantially. Therefore, it is new to the list of common themes where more members express concern about the college being involved in exams business. So we're gonna, through the videos, we definitely are committed to helping you guys understand the exams process, and also, if you're curious, like, it is a cost. The goal is to be cost neutral. It doesn't always work out that way. It's hard to project who's going to be taking up these exams when the scheduling is done more than a year in advance, but it's definitely a goal. So what now? By all measures, the 2019 member survey was an incredible success. Moving forward, there are a number of opportunities to address these common themes, and we believe will help and improve overall satisfaction. I know you're probably thinking, but what will actually happen out of the member survey results? Trust me, we take these very seriously, and they do help us understand our trajectory and where we're going. You saw one earlier this month, a direct message with the subject line, college audited financials and annual report. It was sent to every single member. So we talk a lot about financials. We wanted you to have this in your inbox. The college has never so clearly communicated this information before, ever. I hope you had a chance to read through the audited financials and the financial update summary provided in the annual report. In response to member feedback that the college hasn't communicated this directly to members, we did send this to everyone at the beginning of May. So please, if you haven't, check your email. And it's going to be a best practice, something we're going to continue to do going forward. The key here is that the survey helps us identify areas that are important to members, and we do make changes. In the last survey, it was clear the members wanted back cards. We implemented an online print version, but that wasn't hitting the mark. In the 2020 registration cycle, you're going to be able to check off, please send me a printed card for the upcoming year on your renewal. It's not going to be like a credit card, it's not going to be hard, but it's definitely going to be of a good quality material that will serve you well for that practice year that you can put in your wallet. So let's give those a try, and then let us know what you think. You'll also see in the coming weeks a dashboard of key college statistics on the homepage of the member portal. We know you want information, and we're happy to give it to you. We're able to see how many, if any, legal actions the college is engaged in, how many open complaints there are, how many complaints were closed year to date, when the hearings are scheduled, and when. So now we need your help. How can you help us maintain this path forward? As this is only the second consistent survey we've done, we're still building, and I hope you know that. I hope that you know with each survey we keep building, we're trying to offer members what they say they need and what they want. Out of this year's survey, our priorities are: the college needs to consider what could be done to reduce concerns regarding costs and fees. We know that providing more information is a good start, but it's not enough. Similarly, it's critical that we consider the college exam impacts your perception and satisfaction with the college overall. The college must establish a continuing competency program with viable opportunities for members. You'll hear more about that this afternoon. And while some concern still lingers around the college becoming an association, there's clear need for more advocacy on behalf of you and our profession in the areas of workplace conditions, shifts, hallway waits, and public understanding. And last but certainly not least, even though the college is already putting member cards back into production, we know that we still have work to do to make sure you feel supported and see value in the membership with your regulator. We hear your concerns about mental health and all of the members of the college, and we agree. We cannot wait for other groups to solve this issue. We need to take care of our members so that they take care of Albertans. We will work on how we can help you feel more supported in this area. And it comes up around the council table quite frequently. You know, all practitioners, everybody feels the same way. It's just trying to walk that line between being a regulator and knowing we're not an association, but we definitely need to be involved. So some project and topics will require more time, but there's some that we can tackle right now. Council will be looking into an in-depth report of the findings in June and considering next steps in relation to the recommendations that have come out about this information. I can tell you, we hear you, we understand your concerns and struggles, and we're committed to addressing whatever we can to make this province one that every paramedic is proud to serve in. Our mission is to regulate the paramedic profession together. You're going to see, when we release our new strategic plan, you're going to see a theme of collaboration and together and being with you and supporting you. That is our mandate. We understand how hard you work, what it is you face, and we need to do this in partnership with you. We need you to do it. To have regulatory performance, we need all of you. We can't do it on our own. So our mission is to do this together in service to Alberta. Please keep working with us. Please keep sending in your feedback. Participate on a committee. Engage in consultation. Stand for a seat on council. If you agree with us, help let us know that. We know what we do wrong, but if you see something that you like, tell us. There's 25 really good people working hard at the college, and sometimes it's good to know. It gives you a little bit of momentum to get to that next level. So please keep the feedback coming in. All right. And that's it for my update. So now I'm going to turn it back over to Melissa. Thank you all for those of you that made the trip here to attend. Thank you, and thank you to everyone on Facebook.
All right, thanks, Dusty. So we're just going to do some introductions here quickly, just introduce everyone up here with me, and then the rest of council at the table. So up sitting on my far left is Tim Moen. He's the VP of Finance and Risk Management. We have Wendy Dugas. She is our Chief Executive Officer. And in the middle, we have Tim Ford, the Registrar for the college. Let's give them a round of applause. And then in the room, we also have our other council members. Please stand when I say your name. We have Ian Burgess. He's just been acclaimed for another term. Congratulations, Ian. We have Luke Flowers. He has been here with us for a year now. He'll be giving a presentation later today. We have Pete Helfrich, our former president, past president. Travis Lanaway. He's also been with us for a year now. We have our public members, Harriet Johnson. We have Linda Cherry, another public member. And our newest council member, Adam Swenson. Welcome. Yesterday was his very first council meeting, so no pressure. I also want to introduce to you our amazing staff who have made this day happen. We have Alona Cardinal. She's our communications specialist. Where's Alona? She's outside. Okay, well, yay. Tanisha Tates, our Director of Public Relations and Policy, and our other staff as well. We have Jules Dandeneau, who is outside, I believe, as well. Jules is the heart of the college. She keeps everybody going and on task and making sure that we don't forget things. So thank you, Julie. Judy Friesen from exams. Sydney Gervin from continuing competence. Chad Stroshine from IT. Jennifer Spataro from HR at the back, and Jennifer Kirk, our contact manager. And last but not least, I want to acknowledge the exceptional work of Plan IT Sound, our incredible event management company, and Kiwi Productions for their expertise on today's AV. All right. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Wendy for a college update. Wendy.
Good morning, everybody. I am very excited to be here today. Last year, I enjoyed attending the meeting in Calgary as a visitor after I had just been offered the role of CEO with the college that I started in July of last year. I bring a background in healthcare of over 10 years, however, not as a paramedic, but on the charity side. And when you work for a charity, they always tell you that it's great if you have a connection with your charity or if you have your own story. Well, I didn't quite have one when I joined the college, but I certainly got one about a month after I started. My family was on vacation in San Diego, and my husband thought it would be a good idea to have a swim, and that didn't turn out so well. He got knocked over by quite a large wave, and he broke his neck. And so he kind of knew immediately something was wrong. And he was an off-duty paramedic who was the first one who was just enjoying his free day on the beach that stabilized my husband. So when I got to him, this paramedic was sitting on his knees, had my husband's head between his legs. He took complete control of the scene. When the ambulance came, he directed the paramedics. He told them what hospital to take him. The paramedics were amazing. And I truly believe that set him up for the best possible outcome. And I know you all know what you're talking about in the room. So he fractured his C1, his T2, his T3, and he had an occipital skull fracture. So you know that can be a life-changing injury. And I'm really happy to report that he's made a full recovery. And so I'm extremely thankful to those paramedics that were on the scene that day. We owe all of you a huge debt of gratitude. So even though I'm not a paramedic, I have the utmost respect for what you do and the impact that you have in not only your patients' lives, but families' lives. So just wanted to share that and let you know that I think you're all fantastic. So as I mentioned, I have spent 10 years of my career in healthcare. The last 7.5 years was at the Glen Rose Rehabilitation Hospital. And lots of people mentioned, they said, you know, this is quite a change. Like you go from charity to regulatory, and I had to give that some thought. And I don't necessarily agree. My job as the CEO of a charity was to manage the dollars that donors had invested and created the greatest amount of impact that I could. And I see that being very similar here for the college. My goal is to have the college run as efficiently as possible, creating the most impact for your dollars and making those dollars stretch as far as they can. Council made the decision last year after careful consideration to split the role of CEO and registrar during the leadership transition. It allows Tim, our registrar, to focus on all regulatory activities, and it allows me to focus on running the business of the college in an efficient and a transparent way. And as I mentioned, I am passionate about creating impact, and I'm looking to do that for our members through creating organizational excellence. I also feel it's very important to invest in the relationship with our members and all of our stakeholders. And although the college exists to protect the public, I see a lot of opportunities to be a value-added resource for members. So I'm going to give you a couple of operational updates. In June, right before I joined the college, council made the decision to move our office when our lease expires in January 2020. Our current building is dated. We have experienced significant problems with plumbing, HVAC, and noise issues from neighboring businesses. Just to kind of give you some illustration of that, there is a dog grooming salon underneath our offices, so sometimes when we have council meetings or tribunals, there is dogs barking. Plumbing issues led us to, when we were hosting a committee member meeting, to have to use washroom facilities across the street. And last week, during the torrential rainfall, my office took in water. So it's just time to vacate this building. We host a lot of stakeholder groups. We have exam-related meetings. We have committee meetings. We have tribunals. We have council meetings. And we do need to be in an office environment that is a bit more functional to what we have right now. When council was reviewing the options for a new building last year, they looked at several buildings. Some were in Sherwood Park, some were in Edmonton. The lease prices in Edmonton were far more favorable than in Sherwood Park, and the decision was made to move our office to Edmonton. It'll be the southeast part of Edmonton. It'll be off the Anthony Henday and 91st Street. We feel that it'll be a central location that'll be easy to reach for anybody that is coming to attend meetings in our office. We will be leasing actually less office space in this new building, but we will be able, by configuring it smartly, to actually have more workspaces that will offer us flexibility in the future. So we're renting about 600 square feet less than we do in our current building. The lease price is slightly higher at about $2 per square feet, but you know, it's not too far off of what we're paying right now, and we're going to a significant better office environment. We've signed a 10-year lease with our landlord with the option to renew. And this will provide predictable expenditures for the next decade and will help us with business planning and budgeting. I know, and this is like a hot button item, that previously a parcel of land had been purchased with the intention to build an office that could also host exams. Now, this would require a build of significant square footage, and it became apparent that it was not financially a viable option, and it would be better to acquire a smaller office space and lease exam space on an as-need basis instead of maintaining a huge space that would be used intermittently. I know there are a lot of emotions about the land, as the purchase coincided also with an increase in fees. The land is currently for sale. It is valued lower than the original purchase price, and unfortunately, that is a reflection of the current real estate market. We don't know when the land might sell. Once it sells, there is an opportunity to evaluate as to how the proceeds might benefit the college and the members jointly. We don't know yet what this would look like, and it is too premature to speculate at this time. However, we are committed to being transparent, and information will be shared with you once a sale has occurred. And I'm hoping it'll be soon, but there's just no way of knowing. So one of the other items that we were faced with and that took quite a lot of time operationally from the college was the introduction of Bill 21. An act to protect patients came in effect on April 1, 2019. It addresses instances of sexual abuse and misconduct and lays out consistent conduct processes and sanctions. Most notably, cancellation of a practice permit for any health professional whose conduct is deemed to be sexual abuse of a patient with no ability to reapply or be reinstated, and suspension of a practice permit for any health professional whose conduct is deemed to be sexual misconduct towards a patient. New standards of practice were also required and were created with member consultation in December of 2019. In addition, every college is required to have a patient relations program to address sexual abuse and misconduct and provide funding for treatment in eligible cases. Colleges will also have to post a health professional's discipline history for sexual abuse or misconduct on their website. These are just some of the highlights of the new legislation. More information can be found online and in previous college messages and publications. We also reviewed and updated our bylaws in 2019 to reflect best practice and compliance with the HPA. Member consultation was invited through the Pulse in October, and after a legal and government review, the new bylaws were adopted by Council in February of 2019. On the legal front, there is one legal action case stemming from 2016 that we are still actively trying to bring to a resolution. And in reviewing some of the opportunities to improve transparency in our business practices, we also implemented 2 new policies this past year. The first is ethical and fair contracting, ensuring that where business is to be contracted to an external provider, that the college commits to an open, transparent, and fair competition. The second new policy addresses complaints against regulated member employees of the college and ensuring that if there could be reasonable bias or conflict of interest, that an external third party will be appointed or act as complaints director for that complaint. Further work is being done internally and organizationally by creating departmental policy suites to support the bylaws in areas of registration, operations and IT, communications, finance, and exams. And lastly, and Dusty already mentioned this, in 2018, the decision was made to change the renewal cycle. We heard from many of you that end of the year was a busy, challenging, and already expensive time of year. In changing the cycle from October 1st to September 30th, we are hopeful that this is a welcome change for members. And that concludes my update for now. I hand it over to Tim Owen.
Hi there. Thank you all for being here. I think self-governance is very important. I wish there were more people out there. I've been on council for 2 years, and one of the reasons I wanted to get involved in council was, well, I think the motivating factor for me was actually the fact that I have 2 daughters that are now registered paramedics in this province. And I realized that I had been dropping the ball as a caretaker of the profession who's been given the privilege as a practitioner in Alberta to be a self-governor. And I hadn't been very involved in ACP, and I've been a paramedic for over 25 years now. I felt that was a shame. But the other thing is, I remember when when I first registered as a paramedic, it was about $140 to pay for my annual registration fee. I don't know if anyone else remembers those days. I'm probably dating myself here. I became acutely aware of how much it cost to register as a paramedic when I had 2 daughters that had just gone through school and all the educational costs, and were now registering, going through the examination and having to register. And so all that kind of came, was the impetus, I guess, for me to say, okay, I need to get involved in the college more because, as much as I tried to keep my daughters out of EMS and away from firefighters, I failed miserably. But I'm very proud of them for their accomplishment. But I need to leave the college in a better place than I found it, and I have a responsibility to future generations. And so that was kind of my impetus. And so I wanted to make sure that the college was run fiscally responsibly, but also that it was a very effective organization, and that this opportunity we've been given to govern ourselves is not squandered, and that we use it effectively, because it's a privilege that could be taken away conceivably if we drop the ball here. I'm sure the government would have no problem stepping in and telling us how to run our profession, but we have that opportunity right now, and so I want to make sure that it's done effectively. So I'll try to get through this financial update for you, but I will say that, I've been in this role of VP of Finance and Risk for about 2 or 3 months now, and I am very happy and confident in our finances and how effective they're being used. We have Matthew Aspden, our finance manager here. He's here like Dusty after a recent medical procedure, and I'm happy he's here as backup. And I'm also very happy with Wendy's business acumen that she has brought to the college. I see our dollars being used very effectively, and I'm very confident and at where the college is financially and in terms of effective governance as the father of 2 registered members, and that makes me happy. All right. In 2018, Council approved a change of the auditors from Deloitte to KBH, and the reason for this change were that Deloitte didn't seem to be doing a thorough enough job, and they were charging more than we were comfortable with. And so the college identified a number of Edmonton firms to submit proposals. KBH was chosen because they had a significant amount of regulatory industry experience, they had great references, and they quoted a lower price than Deloitte. And while the cost savings weren't quite as much as we had hoped, our confidence in an audit partner was greatly improved. For 2018, they issued a clean audit opinion on our financials, which resulted in an excess of revenues over expenses of $135,000 in the current year. This is the first time since 2014 that we've had a surplus, and this is a great sign for the future, but we do need to keep in mind that we've been in a deficit for the past 5 years, so we need to continue a surplus in the next few years to recover from that. And while we are pleased with 2018 being a positive year, it's important to note that some of this comes from permanent impacts on the college, but some are a result of temporary changes. While the year was positive, there was still some negative impact in the current year. The largest negative variance was a significant drop in exam revenue due to no more laddering in the profession. Now, if you want to be an EMT, you don't have to register and take exams as an EMR. You can go right into EMT and take that. And so it's likely, this is likely to stay low or potentially even drop a little bit more in the years to come. It's a priority of the college to continue to evaluate what cost savings we can to offset these. But as exams are planned a year in advance, the cost savings available do lag behind the decrease in exams. So be assured that this is something that is on our radar going forward. There were also a couple of temporary negative impacts in the year. Legal expenses were higher than expected in 2018 due to many historical issues wrapping up, but we are already under budget for 2019. There was also a write-down on the value of the land in the current year. With the new auditors, we reassessed our view on the likely sale price of the land, and we don't expect another write-down in the next couple of years. While we did have some negative variances in the current year, our positive variance more than made up for them and helped us finish with a positive year. Positive permanent impact on financials in the current year were a continuation of last year's commitment to fiscal responsibility. Across all departments at the organization, the college was able to rein in expenses where possible. There were also some temporary expenses, which we expect to be higher next year, such as staffing and committee work. But during 2018, we had a number of position variances, meaning some key functions of the college fell behind. In 2019, we're back on the right path, and the work is picking up, which could lead to some increased expenses in years to come. Overall, we're happy to see that the college followed through with what they promised in 2017, decreasing costs where possible and increasing fiscal responsibility. Which brings us to the current 9-month budget, which we're almost halfway through. Council has approved another break-even budget with the hopes that the college can come in under budget and give us a 2 consecutive year in a surplus. Currently, the college is on track to meet or beat this budget for 2019. Over the past few years, there's been a lot of volatility to staffing and operations at the college, and we're finally seeing things settle down, and we're excited for the future. The college will continue to budget to break even, and with a few years of regular operations, we'll be in a great place to start planning long-term financial sustainability. To continue on this positive trend, we've seen over the past 2 years in the finance department that they plan to continue this trend with increased involvement from Wendy to oversee the financial aspects of the organization to decrease risk, increase savings opportunities, and continue on the positive path we're on. And while we've seen a lot of positive changes in the college over the past few years, there still seem to be concerns from some members about fiscal transparency at the college, and I just want to take a minute to address this concern for you all. We want to take the opportunity to remind everyone that the full set of audited financial statements are included in the annual report each year, which includes detailed notes to those financial statements. And this is publicly available on the website. We encourage everyone to go to the website to have a read through, not only the financials, but the entire report. There are some colleges and associations that only include snippets of the financial reports, and we publish these fully in the public for transparency. So I encourage you to read those. As members, you also have the opportunity to run for or elect members to council. And council provides another level of oversight on behalf of members, with college providing monthly updates, quarterly variance analysis, and annual audit updates on the financial status of the college. I'd love to see more people run for council. I would love to see active campaigns. I often joke that I'd love to see debates at these things where people dig up dirt on each other and do oppositional research and try to, I would just love to see that kind of passion. I kid, of course, but it's a great opportunity. If you have any interest at all in this college, I highly recommend you to put your name forward next opportunity you have and run for council. I think some competition for these spots would be a good thing. And the council reviews monthly reports and asks questions of the college on behalf of its members. An independent third-party auditor also reviews the financials of the organization to give confidence that members can rely on the financial information presented by the college to membership. So be assured that the college aims to act as fiscally responsible as possible, that council oversees monthly reporting, that a third party reviews the statements, and that the audited statements are available to members online as part of the annual report with all supporting notes. And if you have any questions after that, we invite you to ask any questions you may have at this meeting every year, and we will do our best to answer what we can in real time. And for those that we can't commit to answering, all those questions, along with any other questions from the AMM, will be done in a follow-up communication that will go out to all members after the AM. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Tim. All right. Now for the registrar and our regulatory update. Tim Ford.
Thanks, everyone. For those of you who were here last year, you might remember that I had been on for about 3 weeks, and I might have had a bit of a deer in the headlights look, probably similar to what you're seeing right now. But I just wanted to let you know that I'm really honored to have been selected as registrar in August of last year, and I'd like to give you a update on the regulatory work that's been done at the college. Right now, this position is responsible for generally for 5 areas: registration, conduct, continuing competence, education, and exams. And I'll also just touch on some initiatives that we've been working on, but I'm going to start with registration. I'll let you do the clicking. So registration is probably the department that most of us have dealt with at one time or another. And so I wanted to start by really thanking our staff there, Kathy Nelms, our coordinator, Resh, Sydney, and Jacintha, for the hard work at guiding members through what can be sometimes a difficult and tricky pathway to becoming registered. They deal with a lot of at times stressed practitioners who are faced with doing this for their first time, and the team manages to do this with a lot of grace and patience. So that's really cool, and thanks for that. So our numbers, as you can see on the slide here, we are at 8,874, and that is as of about a week ago. The breakdown you can see on the screen, so I won't go through it, but I'll bring up two key points here. In this time in 2018, we were at 9,014, so down about 140, 150. But in 2017, we were at 8,942. So we're fairly consistent, but there is a bit of a dip, and I'm going to, and you might notice that the EMR numbers, if you remember from last year, are down about 300. And the EMR numbers have gone through a dip, and I think that's for probably two reasons. One, we touched on it earlier, it's not a requirement to ladder anymore. So to become a PCP, you don't have to be a registered EMR. And secondly, we introduced some increased EMR educational standards this year. And I'm going to touch on that a little bit later. But that led to a decrease in the amount of people taking the program between September of 2018 and January, as schools adapted their programs. So you'll see that overall our numbers are pretty similar, and so we're going to continue to watch this trend to see if that continues. Also, we got some interesting data from our members survey, and it shows that about, if you go to the next slide, about 40% of our members are working in sort of traditional roles or on the ambulance. And then as you break it down, industrial or oil and gas becomes another pretty significant sector at 20%, with fire and integrated services right on their heels. So why is this data important? Why are we collecting it? It really does help us kind of understand the direction of our profession. It can lead to future continuing competence training, learning modules, or us addressing educational standards. So we're going to, I think 2020, we're going to start introducing in our renewal, asking your practice settings, so we can keep track of this data a little bit better, and it helps us react to trends in our industry. So that's my bit on registration. My next one I'd like to talk about is conduct. So just a little bit on the numbers. In January of this year, the conduct department carried over 16 cases into 2019 and have since received 40 new complaints since January. Our conduct department, Jen Kirk, and her two investigators, Ken and Natasha, have been working really hard to get through this pile of cases and have closed 24 cases since January 1st, leaving 32 still open. I just want to touch on this, is time-consuming work, and often all the work they do to do the interviews and document everything seems to go unnoticed. But I want to take a moment to thank them for that work and just recognize that going into our environment, and I say our environment, the EMS environment, as a non-practitioner and asking some really tough questions is not necessarily easy work, but this group does that. So it's I just wanted to recognize that. And the other thing is that a lot of these cases that they're dealing with, we're getting them resolved, they're going getting solved through resolution. They're not going to tribunals. Tribunals are expensive. They cost all of us our member dollars. So to do that just sort of speaks to the quality of the work that they're doing. Oh, good. I'm not sure on the clock if I thought it was at 6 minutes there, so I was going to rush, but I want to tell a little story. So, so our conduct department, we have legislative authority over regulated members. But they also assist us, or assist me, in the practice of keeping track of people who are practicing in the province who maybe not are not regulated, and this happens. And how do we do this? The conduct department only has authority over registered members, but if someone's working in our province that doesn't have a license, how do we manage it? And a lot of times we manage it with a simple letter. When we find out about it, we send off letters, we let the employers know, we let the practitioners know that this isn't acceptable, and it's usually handled. But I want to tell you a story. About 4 years ago, we brought someone in from another province through labor mobility as an ACP, and they went to work in the industrial sector. And it wasn't too long after that we received a formal complaint from the employer. This gentleman was forging documents and submitting a number of fraudulent documents. So our conduct department investigated it. They did a lot of investigating and determined there was enough evidence for unprofessional conduct. So they sent it to a tribunal. Now, while they were waiting for this tribunal to take place, the gentleman took documents that the college sent him, took the signatures off those documents, forged other documents to get a practice permit to work in Saskatchewan. And luckily, we have a good relationship with our other regulatory bodies, and it was brought to our attention. And but by forging this other document, he then opened another complaint. So the complaint went to a hearing, cost a lot of money. The tribunal found this member guilty of unprofessional conduct, and as such, a reprimand was placed on his file. He was required to complete extensive training and incur the costs associated with the training, and was required to complete a number of other issues or other pieces for renewing. He chose not to renew, so now he's not a regulated member anymore. So how do we pursue him? And being new in the role, I was asking that question of people too. We actually had to go to the Court of Queen's Bench and get an injunction against this fellow because he continued to work without a practice permit at an ACP level, doing restricted activities on people, and trying to get jobs in Saskatchewan and BC as well. So at the end of the day, we got an injunction against this fellow. We served him with the injunction. The case against Jeremy O'Donoghue is posted on our website. So if you're interested in knowing how you can rack up $30,000 of member dues, just have a look at that. Like I say, generally we can wrap these things up with a few letters, but every now and again we have to go the extra mile. So that's a little bit about conduct. Continuing competence. So I suspect this will be a topic that we'll all want to discuss, and I'm actually doing a bigger talk on this afternoon. But I just want to take a moment by, again, speaking to the people who are involved with this. We had to move our framework from our current or our previous continuing competence model to one that makes us compliant under the HPA. And when we became proclaimed in 2016, we had 5 years to become compliant with the requirements to create a continuing competence model that was compliant. Sydney Gravan and Tanya Blades worked pretty hard to do this, but not only did they have to do this, which is a daunting task in itself, they had to do this through a number of changes to the leadership at the college. And I suspect that each change in leadership brought with it challenges. I know it did with me. I caused my own havoc, I suppose, to some degree when we moved the renewal date for our licenses to September, which threw everything out of whack. Not only that, they had to explain it to me about 8 or 9 times, so I really understood it. But through all these changes, they've put a plan in place that I'm going to touch on later today, and I think it's going to bring us some stability in this department. So there's a couple pieces I want to just touch on about continuing competency, and one of them is the required competency in the Grant McEwen module. Now, as you all know, we have a mandatory module this year. It's the only continuing competence requirement that you have. This module was created, it was initially started in 2017, and it was all ready to go in August. We had to look at what we were going to do for continuing competence requirements in a shortened year. And I pushed for council to adopt this and as the only continuing competence requirement for for the shortened 9-month cycle. When we announced that, we got some significant feedback, and we heard you. And I understand that paying for required competency isn't very popular. However, there are going to be times when we have to do this. This was noted to be a trend. The reason we developed this module, the Continuing Competency Committee determined that there was a need for making sure everyone clearly understood the requirements of the HPA, and we sent subject matter experts to Grant McEwen to create the document or the module for us. And the feedback on the survey format that we've been getting has been largely popular. Largely positive. Popular probably isn't the right word, but it is the feedback we have been getting has been positive responses. So I encourage all of you who haven't taken this yet, when you complete it, there is a survey at the end. I want you to fill it out. I'd love it if you'd all fill it out honestly and let us know what you think of it. This will guide us as we move forward when we're choosing this path again. And we can't always dictate this. Sometimes it's going to be dictated to us, and I'm sort of looking to my crystal ball a little bit here. And with Bill 21, there is a requirement it's not quite legislation yet, but there may be a requirement to educate members on the impact. And that may be another mandatory requirement. But currently, for 2019-2020, we don't have a required competency planned. And like I say, I'll get into continuing competency as we move forward this afternoon with a presentation specifically on that. One other thing that the Continuing Competence group did this year, we initiated an audit process. This, again, is a requirement to be compliant with the HPA. And what we did, as this was our first year, Sydney took a group of about 300 or so member files, and we reviewed them with the Continuing Competence Committee or the Audit Committee. And essentially what an audit is, and an audit sounds awful. I know tax-wise you hear audit and you cringe, but really what we're looking for is all the credits that you entered in your profile in 2017, 2018. We asked for verification or documentation of what you did. I was audited in this go-round, and I had to give my CPR certificate, and I took some training courses. I was still with AHS in 2017, 2018, and I couldn't get my certificates, but you know, I was able to provide attendance records that I took the training from the field trainers, and that was sufficient. So what we're looking for when you're audited, and this will be a process we have to have moving forward, is just verification that what you've entered into your profile is accurate. So we went through this process. The committee went through 300 files, roughly, and members were asked to provide documentation of their continuing competence credits in a fairly reasonable length of time. Those that did, a number of them were checked off and passed, and the audit was complete without issue. Some were deemed that they needed to be, were insufficient, or duplicate entries were in, or whatever, and were asked for additional documentation. And the committee sent back the requirements to them. There were, however, 36 members who did not comply at all, or didn't communicate with us, or chose not to submit anything, whether it was a choice or whether they were unaware. So I phoned each one. And this is 4 months into the process. We've been emailing them, trying to get in touch with them, send us something. Went through the phone list and called everyone and said, listen, we need something, send us something. If we don't have verification of your continuing competence, you essentially didn't complete the renewal requirements for this year. And we used some strong language. We were gonna have to start looking at suspending permits. So we did manage, when we got a hold of everyone, to get a number of people to submit documentation, but at the end of it all, 16 members had their permits suspended because they could not or would not provide us with any validation. And I just want to say it's not something that I do very lightly. I recognize that these practice permits are your key to your income. And but I have to ask, where do we draw the line? It was four and a half months into the process. Registered mail, telephone, email, short of coming to your house and asking, how do we get the documentation that we need to prove that we're doing our job? we're going to be continuing to audit permits. And my ask to the members is if you get audited, just submit the documentation. If there's shortfalls or if you can't find it, let us know. But the absolute worst thing would be not to communicate with us. And so I'm going to go into this process a little bit more moving forward, what it's going to look like in my afternoon presentation. So that's all I had on continuing competency. I'll move on to education. This was a pretty significant year, I suppose, for this department, and which is currently just comprised of myself and Kathy McCormick, who is in the room here somewhere too. I suppose the biggest thing we had to tackle was rolling out the EMR standards. Now, a lot of work was done prior to my arrival here to create this. Educators, employers, members were asked to provide feedback on what we could do with the EMR program and how we could address those standards. It was really the standards were pretty much ready to roll out. We just needed to push them out the door, and we made a few revisions that we needed to make, and then in September we asked the educators if they could have these in place by January 1st. That's a pretty big ask to the educators, and there are some of them in the room here today, and there's probably some online, and I just want to say that is they did a tremendous job in getting these standards into place, and it was appreciated. And now we are putting EMRs out into the workforce that I hope are more fully prepared for the challenges that they're going to face. Just briefly, some of the EMR standards, things that we changed, a 240-hour minimum requirement, mandatory ITLS or PHTLS, mandatory driving program, a fitness program and a lifting program, and psychological readiness program. So are just a few of the changes that the EMRs are coming out with now. We're going to continue to monitor that standard and how schools are doing and see really and review the process, how we did, what we did well and what we could do better. And I'm going to just touch on the degree pathway as well. The other initiative that I've taken on that we've taken on, we hear provincially, nationally, internationally that there's a need for baccalaureate degree pathway for paramedics. And I firmly believe that our profession needs this. And the membership has also, you've expressed to us that there needs to be a pathway to a degree. The college is dedicated to ensuring this happens in a manner that works for Alberta. And our jurisdiction it faces some unique legislative challenges. So what might work in other jurisdictions may not work here. So we've started this process and we've gathered all the educators together. We've partnered, our partners in Alberta Advanced Education, Alberta Health were brought in. We had a meeting in February, and there's a commitment to push this initiative forward for sure. Our next step is be speaking with Alberta Health Services and some of our employer stakeholders to ensure that we get this right and it works for them. This is a process that is going to take some time, but I think it's important that we get this initiative right and that we do it, like I say, in a manner that will work for Albertans. So we'll be continuing to engage members for feedback on this process as we go along this path. All right, exams. So last year there was a great presentation by Judy and her colleagues on the exam process, and at that time I learned a lot, and I hope others did as well. Judy, along with Cheryl and Serge, her team, continue to run a really smooth exam operation, and we have, if you remember the presentation from last year, or if not, you can probably see it online. We have a really strong defensible examination process. In October, they changed the PCP practical exam component from the old scenario style to an assessment with a skill station or OSCE testing, and the feedback that we've received on that has been largely positive. Now, the next step is to do that for the ACP process, but we've kind of put the pause button on that as we figure out what is future for our education is going to look like. So we just want to get a better idea where we're headed with that before we make any significant changes there. Lastly, just in relation to exams, we're working on providing a more sort of comprehensive or a better way of providing feedback to both applicants and educational institutions on the exam. There is a challenge here. We want to make sure we do this in a manner that gives students and applicants a way to figure out how they can improve without giving away or compromising the integrity of our exam. So this is something we're working on, but I'm confident we can find that balance. So look forward to that. We've talked a lot about Bill 21, and I'm just conscious of the time, so I'm just going to skip by the next slide, but I just want to recognize that there was a lot of work and time from a regulatory perspective on getting, putting all the pieces in place and the consultative processes in place by Tanisha and Ilona specifically to get all this put together. So that was a lot of work there. So I just want to recognize that, but I won't go into, it's already been discussed, so I won't go into too much detail about that. And we did discuss also our change to our renewal cycle, so I won't touch too much on that either. But I will talk briefly about our HPA compliance. And so in 2016, when we came into the HPA, a lot of the work was already done. The groundwork was laid, a number of the activities, everything was ready to go, but there were still some gaps that we had to touch on. In total, there's 9 sort of areas of the HPA that we had to focus on, and under that, a total of 160 items that we were required to address. So I'm going to go through each of these one by one. No, I'm not. No, just to sort of summarize, there really is 160 different separate areas, but we are really close to being compliant. We're almost there. There's a number of things: the audit process, the continuing competence model, some of our bylaws and governance policies just need some tweaking. But I am, we're still 2 years out, and I'm absolutely confident we'll be able to reach this compliance by then. So I think that's the last speaker, and I'll open up to questions. I'll give it back to Melissa to do the questions. Thanks.
I'm not answering all those questions. That's going to be Tim. All right, so find my spot here. Sorry, guys. Now we're going to switch over to Pigeonhole and answer some questions for the next 15 minutes or so. So we'll answer our questions to the best of your ability. If we don't get to your question, again, you will see it in the Pulse or published on the website at some point in the near future, okay? Questions? Are they going to be on? There we go. College does have a professional advocacy role that fits in regulatory mandate, education standards, standards of practice, ethics, etc. Where does college see priorities in their advocacy role? Tim, how about you answer that question?
All right. Can you hear me? Okay. So absolutely we do. Educational standards, I kind of touched on that a little bit. When we look at how we're going to develop our pathway to a degree, once we figure out that, we have to advocate for that with government. We have to make sure they buy in. So we'll be, that role will be identified. Our standards of practice and code of ethics. The code of ethics has already had priority. We've actually circulated that out for review, and I'm going to touch on that a little more this afternoon, but we see the importance of making sure the code of ethics is there, and that would be one of our priorities that we've already tackled. The standard of practice is the second one. Now, we've been approached to ensure or to review our standards of practice, and we actually are just reviewing the framework. We're submitting that to government for approval, and then we're going to dig in and look at revamping as per request by government to address our standards of practice. That's on the horizon. Probably not really going to dig into that till the fall. And the educational standards will be a kind of an ongoing thing. I suspect that to be a longer project. You could probably imagine the undertaking that'll be. And I think that there's a number of steps along the way. Not being an educator, I'm going to be relying heavily on Alberta Advanced Education and other experts in this area to help us with that. So I hope that answers the question. The priorities in our advocacy role, Code of Ethics was first, standards of practice we're tackling in the fall, and educational standards will be an ongoing thing over the course of the next few years.
And we do participate in Advocacy Day in Ontario at Parliament. So this year, every year, and it was April 10th, I believe, we were on the Hill participating in Advocacy Day. There was 4 main advocacy pieces, one of them being community paramedicine that we did participate in. So that is something that we do. I'm on that level as well. All right, next question. Is there an opportunity to upload training certificates onto our online profile to streamline the continuing competency auditing process? Okay, Tim.
Actually, probably Chad could, but right now, I'm going to say right now, no, there's not. And I apologize, I'm not a tech guy, but because they come in various formats, from JPEGs to PDF files, the bandwidth and everything, if I understand it right, I don't know if Chad's going to give me a nod or not, but the requirements that we would need to our platform don't really allow for that. So what the process will be that you can just enter in what it is you've taken for continuing competence, and we ask you to keep your documents for 5 years, and when audited, submit them to us at that point. But to upload 9,000 practitioners' documents in various formats, various file sizes, takes a lot of, I'm not even sure if bandwidth is the right word, but it takes a data storage, that would be fairly expensive and tricky to manage. So I'm going to say no, there's not an opportunity right now.
For those not clinically practicing but want to maintain membership, will there be other options for registration, including alumni? May be a way to keep legacy membership engaged in the profession. I believe, yes, that's an option. Where we have the alumni list. Is there a specific name for it?
I think it's is it honorary or alumni?
It is the alumni. Okay, so we do have an alumni list. Option? Example of suspensions for not providing documentation for continuing competence is a great example of self-regulation of the profession. Can this type of example be highlighted to membership, equal being a professional? Tim, that's a you question.
That's a me, yeah. That's great feedback. Can it be highlighted? I might pose it back to the asker, and that's probably a hard thing to do, but is that something that would be something we'd want to publish? I'm not sure, maybe that would be an option. Maybe it's something we can make an article on after and put the article into the Pulse, just explaining the process and that auditing not participating in audit can result in suspensions. I could see that as a potential way of highlighting that to memberships. Yeah.
Okay.
That's great feedback. Thank you.
Is the college confident in the mandatory employer reporting for conduct and professionalism? Oh.
lost the question.
Is there any additional expectation communication that could be directed to those who employ members? So I think this is maybe a Tim and a Jen question, but I do believe that yes, the college is confident in the mandatory employer reporting for conduct. Jen would love to answer that question. No? Okay. So in case you didn't hear her, she said she sent out emails to all the employers to inform them of the mandatory reporting modules. As an employer, I can say that we did get that email. And so the process was outlined exactly how we were supposed to perform those functions. Of the 40 new complaints this year, what number fraction have to do with clinical medical acts?
Most of the complaints we've had this year have to do with unprofessional conduct as opposed to unskilled practice. And I don't have the numbers on me, but I will provide that.
All right, so just to repeat what Jen had to say, she said the majority of complaints had to do with unprofessional practice and not unskilled practice. She doesn't have the numbers, but she can definitely make sure they get posted in the Pulse. Or general numbers. Can someone speak to national relationships, PAC, copper, etc., and stuff going on there, if anything? So I'm going to hand it over to Tim first. He can speak about copper, and then we'll chat about PAC.
I was going to hand it over to you.
Oh,
We, like Melissa said, we were in Ottawa in April doing advocacy work. The topics we touched on with members of Parliament from Alberta were community paramedicine, the opiate crisis, putting a paramedic memorial in Ottawa, and there was a fourth one. Oh, right, of course, mental health support. We wanted a longitudinal study specific to paramedics. And that was a great day that we had. You know, we put on the radar of our federal politicians, who of course also speak to provincial politicians, all of the things that were important to us. And it's difficult to quantify that, but I have to believe that those seeds will germinate over time, especially if we continue that sort of relationship. And that type of advocacy work is due to our relationship with PAC and getting together. So there's great work being done with PAC. There's an opportunity, I think, in the near future for we've just had our PAC president resign or his term finished. So in September, there will be an opportunity for a new PAC president, and the PACE conference is in Manitoba this year. We're trying to convince Pete Helfrich to throw his name in. It would be great if we could get some encouragement there. We think, you know, there are some challenges with governance, and we think that Pete has done a great job here in Alberta, getting our college on track in terms of understanding governance and process and sorting that out. And I think he would do a great job at the national level. Sorry to put you on the spot here, Pete, but you know, my mandate is to get PAC working great, and I think that you'd be a good fit there. So we're trying to encourage that. Yeah, I don't know if you have anything to add, Melissa or Tim, but.
no, I was just going to say we sit on the board of PAC, so we are a participating member of PAC. We were just at the meeting in April, and we'll be at their AGM in September.
And I'll just briefly touch on copper because I was there Wednesday for their AGM and council meeting. So we are a fully participating member in copper, which is a Canadian organization of paramedic regulators. And one of the exciting sort of projects that they have going on that we're participating in is a way to recognize international applicants. It's called doesn't matter. It's called the PEAS project. Anyways, it's a way to streamline the process for international applicants coming to Canada. Right now, each jurisdiction, when someone comes from another country to want to work in Canada, each jurisdiction follows a slightly different process. And Copper is going to tackle this as a national initiative. So when someone comes in, they go right through a assessment process that is universal across Canada. Reports provided, and then we get that report if they want to work in Alberta, and we carry on our activities that we're mandated to do to make them registered members.
Thank you, Tim. All right, next question. With the introduction of the MFR program, this is contributing to our declining numbers. How is this going to affect the college in the future, and how are we planning for it? Go ahead. Keep putting Tim on the spot here.
Yeah, this is a great question. This is something, you know, I started this role in my role of VP Finance and Risk 3 months ago, and this was one of my questions when I'm looking at the declining numbers of EMRs registering and the declining exam revenues coming in because of no longer laddering. Despite the decline, you know, I'm encouraged by the fact that we still managed a surplus last year, and that's because you know, our college staff have been doing a great job at finding efficiencies and cutting costs where they can. And so I think we're in a great spot right now, and I think that trend will continue. Now, it is something that is on our radar. We are certainly watching this. I mean, there are also a number of other risks too, right? You know, industry, the oil and gas industry employ a lot of our practitioners. What happens if oil and gas drives up, or we discover unicorn farts or dilithium crystals or something like that? What happens to our memberships? That is a real risk. But I will say that our college right now is in great shape. We do have some reserve capacity, and when we sell the land, we'll have even more reserve capacity. And I think I worked the numbers with Matthew that once our land sale goes through, we'll be able to fund the college. You know, we'll have about enough if all other revenues dry up and we have no practitioners whatsoever providing any revenues, we'll still be able to operate the college for 9 months and try to figure out what to do. So, so that's encouraging. So I think, you know, this is something that certainly is on my radar and something that I bring to the board table as VP. Part of my portfolio is risk, and this is a risk that's on our table and that we do discuss. So.
All right. Thank you, Tim. All right, next question. This is a doozy, but I can answer this one. Many council members have not been elected by the membership to date due to acclamation and lack of competition. Any thoughts or strategies on how, as a profession, we get more to run for positions? So I just want to point out that this is the first year in 4 years, I believe, that there hasn't been a competition for elections. Last year, there were several members. We actually, Travis and Luke came on board with us, and we actually lost 2 council members, so there was a changeover. The year before that, there also was an election process that saw some changeover in council, and then the year before was when myself and Ian got elected. So this is the first year in several years there has been just an acclamation, but that is part of the reason why you will hear from Luke Flowers later today about the election process and trying to encourage people to run for council. We have changed our election process to try and streamline this and make it so that everybody that wants to run for council can and does run for council. We know that sometimes our discovery process, as we called it, was a little bit cumbersome and may have discouraged people from running. So we have tried to streamline it and make it so that anyone who has the ability or willingness to run will in fact run for council. So we do recognize that this year we were hoping for more competition. It didn't happen, but next year's a new year and we're hoping we can get some more involvement from memberships. Again, we want you guys to run because you guys want to be part of council, not because you're looking to fix something, because that means we're not doing something right? So we want to try and change that focus and do it so that people are here because they want to be effective change and participate and collaborate. So you'll hear more from Luke about our processes going forward here very shortly. All right, so I believe that is the last question, and now we are going to take a break. So there's coffee, water, juice, and some goodies in the back. So let's take a quick break, and we'll commence shortly. All right, everyone, let's get started. I want to thank everyone for their participation in their question and answer period earlier and for listening to our presentations. So now we're going to change up the agenda just a little bit. As everyone knows, before the AMM, we were going to have an election discussion or the panel discussion with our candidates. However, as the election was uncontested, we have all 3 people standing for acclamation. So, like I said, we introduced him earlier today. Our newest member is Adam Swenson, and then both myself and Ian are returning council members for our second terms. So instead of the panel discussion, we're going to call upon Luke Flowers to come up or he's already up here, to talk about what being on council means and our new elections process. He was elected in last year's council, and I'm pleased to invite him to share what he's learned.
Thank you. Thank you, Melissa. I do have to say I'm very pleased to have the opportunity to come up here and speak today about what being on council means. So I do think that there are some misapprehensions about the process, what it's been in the past. We're going to be talking about the fact that college has made some pretty substantial changes this year. And we're also going to talk a little bit, I'm going to speak to what I've discovered is involved in being a council member, a member of the board here. So the changes that we made to the nomination and discovery process were largely due to the update of the bylaws that were made. We've also created a council charter. In fact, Melissa did a lot of the work on that, and so I have to thank her because it's pretty thankless, lots of detail, and could be pretty dull if you're not into policy, bylaws, and regulation. So within that, we have replaced the former governance policies because they didn't really seem to be aligned with the bylaws in a lot of cases. So the changes that we've made in this process are the bylaws now speak to full requirements for candidate eligibility and ineligibility. That means it's really completely transparent, it's available for everybody to see. The essays that the candidates write in their candidacy will be made public on the college's website. I think that's fairly important for you to have a sense of who those people will be when you're in a position to vote for them. There is no longer a discovery process whereby members had to complete additional tasks before they could run for election. Again, eligibility and ineligibility is all laid out there. So council terms, starts and finish dates are also clearly identified. That was something that we wanted to address so that there's a clear and regular turnover and we can predict when council members will be coming due and that their terms do last the 3 years. So replacing the discovery process will be a requirement that in the weeks leading up to the first council meeting, new council members will be required to complete several preparatory tasks. They have to sign the oath of confidentiality. You have to participate in one meeting with an identified council mentor. You have to complete the jurisprudence exam if you haven't already had to complete it, and then participate in governance training at the college. And traditionally, that's about a day's worth of knowledge, because weirdly enough, paramedics do not know everything about regulation, government, and laws before they become council members. So, I know that we heard some members in the member survey that there was some confusion about council and the election process. I believe someone even called it an old boys club. I have to say that stung a little bit. I know I shaved my head to get rid of the gray hairs. I thought I was doing a better job of looking younger. So, but I do want to emphasize the fact that we as council don't want to control who's on council. We do honestly believe in the diversity of the membership and the people around the table. That certainly there are people I've never met in the profession. I'm sure there are people who are far better at what they do and could be better counselors than I am. So as we've seen from Tim and from Melissa and from Dusty, we believe in servant leadership, and we want to be good at what we do. And so engagement is important, and having strong, competent, capable people working with us in our team is important to us. So let's look at the bylaws and the rules that are in place for council elections. The timing and methods. So election of council members shall occur annually. Council shall specify the method, timing, processes of the election, including if the election will be conducted by ballot, electronic vote, or mail vote. Talk a little bit about the fact that we've chosen to go electronically in a little bit. The registrar or chief executive officer shall provide to each regulated member on the general register notice of positions available for election, method, timing, and processes for the election vote, and the nomination process. For nominations to be valid, nominations require the signed and dated written support of at least 2 nominating regulated members in good standing on the general register. Signed and dated written acknowledgement that the nominee is accepting the nomination. I think that'd be unfortunate if we nominated people who didn't even want to be here. So. For each vacancy, a regulated member who is eligible to vote may nominate only 1 regulated member. That speaks to, so if we had 3 vacancies, which we did this year, then each regulated member has 3 votes to cast, 1 for each eligible spot. Nominations must be received by the college not less than 60 days prior to the election. In terms of voter eligibility, so voters must be regulated members in good standing on the general or provisional register at least 30 days prior to the election. If there are insufficient nominations, which obviously we saw this year, where the number of nominees is equal to the number of vacant positions, those nominees shall be declared elected. No vote for these positions is required to be held. In the event there are too few nominations to fill the number of council positions open for election, council may appoint a regulated member to the vacant positions in accordance with these bylaws. Obviously, we want to avoid that at all costs. When we choose somebody to work on council with us, there's always the possibility of a perception of bias. So that's highly undesirable. As we've said, engagement is paramount. And for us to be doing our job well, we want to be inspiring and have an aspirational part to this where people aspire to come and be servant leaders along with us, regulating the profession on council, on the board. So the process, typically the elections process, when it isn't an uncontested election, runs for about 5 months, from April to August. This year's dates would have been open of nominations in about mid-April. Nominations would have been closing by May 10th. Candidates announced and campaign opens with the May 15th pulse. So voting opens August 1st and then closes August 12th at 11:59 p.m. Council would have been notified of results on August 13th. We would have notified the candidates on 13th or 14th, and then the results would have been released to members on August 15th in the August pulse. And we've decided at this point, because of the uncontested nature of this and the fact that there will not be a vote, that Adam will commence his term as a voting member in August, so that those terms align to the 3 years. So there's no overrun and we can meet our bylaws. And in the event of an election, a regulated council member's term commences upon the college's declaration of a candidate's successful election to council, and it ends upon the conclusion of the election in the 3rd year of the term. So, who is eligible to run? Regulated member eligibility. To be eligible, you must be a regulated member on the general or provisional register, be in good standing with the college and with any other Alberta colleges or regulated health professions that the regulated member is affiliated with. You must have held an active practice permit with the college for at least 3 years prior to the date of nomination, and you must be an Alberta resident. So what disqualifies you from being eligible? You will not be eligible if you have been found to have committed unprofessional conduct pursuant to Part 4 of the HPA within the 5 years before the date of nomination. If you hold a federal, provincial, or local government office, you're ineligible. If you occupy a senior position with the Government of Alberta, Alberta Health Services, a college-approved education program provider, or a union or association that represents the paramedic profession. You are ineligible if you're a member or officer of the Health Professions Advisory Board established under the HPA. You are ineligible if you are or were an employee of the college within 3 years before the date of nomination. You are ineligible if you have been removed or resigned from council in the 3 years prior to the date of nomination. And you're also ineligible if you're currently taking legal action against the college or have completed legal action against the college in the 3 years prior to the date of nomination. I think it bears a little bit of a comment on the ineligibility status and the bylaws that we have. It's very important for council to work as a team. And so we don't want to disclude people who have potentially been in a conflict of interest with the college or have had responsibilities that might result in conflict. Also have undergone legal action that could result in very personal, heated relationships. But the 3-year cooling off period, I think, is reasonable to allow for those feelings to mature and for people to then have another opportunity to engage and become, again, servant leaders of the profession. So I hope we've struck a happy balance there, and if not a happy balance, at least a balance, so that people get the opportunity moving forward. So, standing for election. To stand for election, you have to fill out the nomination package. This includes a declaration of intent, so that means that you are actually standing. You have to have a signed and dated written acknowledgement of 2 nominating regulated members in good standing on the general register. You have to write an essay, 300 to 500 words, on your vision for the profession. Include a biography of approximately 250 words that can be used on the college website. And you have to provide a high-resolution photo of you that can be used on the college. So once you complete this package, if you're eligible to stand based on their eligibility and ineligibility criteria and the bylaws that are reviewed, then you are standing for election. We don't want any secrecy in what that takes. And council doesn't honestly want any involvement in selecting people to run. So at this point, council has no idea who will be running. It's managed by the staff who do the day-to-day, okay? So online voting I referred to earlier. In another step to ensure complete anonymity of voters and to ensure that there's no interference from anyone. We want a fair, open, transparent process for election. In 2017, the college made the move to use an online third-party provider, Simply Voting. We asked them to conduct the vote. So Simply Voting structure was designed to eliminate risk of electoral fraud or breaches of security. They handle voting through a top-notch, secure platform. The Simply Voting platform is going to be used for future college votes. Would have been used this year had we had the need. Simply Voting provides the college with a fully managed election process, which makes the voting process completely confidential for regulated members. It also takes the stress off college staff resources, as the entire process is including voter information communication, authentication detail creation, and voter reminders. They provide ballot setup and vote monitoring. They provide full results, tabulated and delivered in a certified results letter. And they undergo troubleshooting with members to ensure that members are able to successfully vote. So, another great aspect of the online voting is that all members can vote for themselves. So that removes the need for proxy voting, and you can vote from any device anywhere. So we've hopefully increased the convenience, which will increase the engagement. And that seems to be the case. So in a testament to how well this works for us, the voter response rate in 2017 which was the first year the college used simply voting, was 18.7%. Not the best, but it is the highest that the college has experienced, even with the proxy votes of past elections. So, now that we've talked about what it takes to get here, what do you expect? What does it mean when you're sitting around the council table as a councillor? So, how often does council meet? On average, council has between 4 and 5 two-day meetings at the college office in Sherwood Park. I think starting in January, we're going to be moving to the Ellerslie area. So some people coming in from Leduc will have it easier, and for those of us in Sherwood Park, will no longer be able to ride our bikes and wear flip-flops. Trade-offs. So between 4 and 5 two-day meetings. And in addition to this, councillors are required to be available to attend a 2 to 3 day strategic planning session once per year. We're also obligated to attend the annual meeting, members here, in May. So these meetings are in person. Occasionally, teleconference participation is reasonable. However, it's highly recommended that we participate in person. It's certainly been my experience that sitting a whole day in front of a telephone or a computer screen and webcam is very frustrating and can be exhausting. And sometimes the message that you intend to impart just doesn't get across, or you miss things. So in person is definitely best. In addition to the scheduled in-person meetings, should you be a council member, there is a requirement to be available for teleconference calls, to vote on time-sensitive matters, or to approve administrative requests for changes. One of those would be ratifying the election results of this process, had we required to have an election. How much prep work is there before going to council meetings? Prior to each meeting, we receive a number of documents, and this dossier for council meetings depends on the business that is on the agenda. But typically, it's a minimum of 100 to 150 pages. It can be quite extensive. It is expected that it will take about 2 to 3 hours, and historically, as a new member, I found that it's taken quite a bit more to read for understanding rather than just skimming. What are the time commitments for being on council? So aside from those meetings that I've just referenced, the teleconference and the pre-work, there is also a call to help with work of the college. So whether it be policy development like Melissa did, I think from my understanding it was a huge amount of additional work. But there are also other tasks that will come into the purview of general sitting council members. There are working groups, strategic planning, homework, I guess, to do, and governance development all fall on us as councillors. And it's expected that that's shared so that it doesn't fall upon the president, Dusty, and our executive. So what does a council meeting look like? I'd say if you're not super into policy and governance these days, it's pretty dull. It follows a pretty standard meeting structure, and we use Robert's Rules of Order. So we start with a meeting opens with any changes or additions to the agenda before it's adopted. Minutes of the previous meeting will be reviewed. Any errors or omissions will be addressed before they're approved. The actual business of the meeting includes reports from President, Vice President, Treasurer, Executive Director, and Registrar. Actually feels a lot like what you just saw this morning when we have those reports read out. Lots of updates and kind of talk of ongoing business. These matters are fairly routine, and these matters include consent items from the Council Executive Committee and other committees. So those are matters of routine operation that don't need a specific decision. Just Council be aware because they need to be responsible for the outcomes. So requests for decision in business cases are often presented when a significant matter must be discussed, considered, and decided upon. Of our two-day meetings, the second day of council is typically an opportunity for presentations by outside groups, reports from committee chairs, and for training and development. As I already referenced, we aren't paramedics fully formed from the brow of Zeus as excellent governors and policy decipherers. So I think there's been a move for us to get ongoing training and perspective from outside experts in what it looks like to be a good governor and a good board member. So, nominees and candidates are encouraged to attend a council meeting if they're interested in understanding the process before they're elected. As we've seen in the process, we actually require that as a new candidate that you do show up as a non-voting member prior to your term starting. And the fact is our meetings are public. So you have the opportunity to come out as a regulated member if you are interested in what it is we do, how we discuss. So there is an open invite. I definitely recommend or advise or demand that you at least get in touch with the college to book it so that we have space for the number of people. I think we'd be hard pressed to fit this many people in our boardroom along with the council as it stands right now. So, how much do council members make? Officially speaking, council members are not paid, but we do receive an honorarium or a per diem. So officer positions make a little bit more, as I've already mentioned. There's quite a bit of work that comes along with being a vice president or being president. So there's a little more to that. But we as councillors receive, where does it say? So per diems are offered because we recognize that your attendance at council requires you to be away from your home and family. So there's not a dollar for dollar compensation for the loss of pay that you might incur by missing work. It is intended to recognize contributions to the leadership of the profession. Okay, so council member expenses are reimbursed within policy limits, and I think Matt can correct me, but it meets the Government of Canada kind of standard expense. Is that right? The mileage and those kind of things. Yeah, pretty close. And then the per diem is $175 per half day and $350 for a full day. So it's a bit, but it certainly doesn't make up for a missed overtime shift or anything like that. So what happens if I have to miss a council meeting? Our success on council and council success in general depends on a firm commitment to attend from all elected and appointed members. That being said, we do understand that things happen. Babies are born, although apparently that wasn't an excuse to miss the member meeting, so I'm not sure, maybe you have to be dead. But obviously, there are mitigating circumstances that can be allowed for. So, council members who miss 3 consecutive meetings may be asked to resign their position due to their inability to serve. Considering there are approximately 6 in-person meetings, 3 would obviously make up for a significant portion of the work that we do, and that is a concern. I think as mature professionals, we would be able to self-evaluate our capacity to continue doing the job if we're not able to show up. So, all right. If you are thinking of running for council, and I really firmly encourage you to do so if you feel that it's something that you're interested in. We were asked a little while ago as council members to come up with some capabilities, some competencies, and some characteristics of what a good councillor, a good board member might look like. So, the first one of those that I have listed is literacy. Council members need a capacity to read and understand large amounts of text with varying degrees of complexity, which includes legislation, policy, and scientific literature. We have a short amount of time to do so, usually only a week or 2 before board meetings. And so this greatly helps the council member meet the deadlines for reading, understanding, and deciding. Communication. Council work is largely done through discussion. Members need the ability to convey ideas and support or disagree in discussion with clear and concise language. We only have a finite amount of time to discuss and make decisions. So meaningful contribution to discussions is essential for group decision making within our tight time constraints. We would like you to have an open mind. So our topics evolve over time. So as more information and different perspectives come available, potential council member needs to be able to receive input from all sources and put aside their bias or their prejudice. It's helpful if you're analytical. Council has to dissect different pieces of legislation, policies, briefing notes, information from experts, and it has to compare information and understand what's within our actual purview. Strategic thinking. So council members must consider information and make decisions with a view of the long-term strategy, plan, and implications, rather than for short-term gratification or popularity. Making the decisions at the council table means you may be setting things in motion that won't come to fruition for several years. It means you may not get the immediate credit for your work. So, temperance. While council members are typically passionate about the profession and the organization's goals, it's really helpful if you can practice a great deal of restraint, maintain a calm demeanor, and make decisions about potentially contentious, personally emotive, or hotly debated issues collaboratively with your fellow council members. Willingness and interest. So honestly, genuine interest in all facets of the profession and the factors influencing it. So where your interest lies is where you will spend your time working and contributing. If you do not have an honest willingness and interest to serve the profession through day-long, multi-day meetings, email communications, and in our spare time as well, it's probable that our success on council will be limited. We already mentioned this a little bit in terms of attendance, but your ability to devote time to council work. It's not your full-time job, but you must have time and willingness to dedicate to reading the dossier, to working with council colleagues, building governance knowledge, putting it to use. If you don't make the time, my unpreparedness, if I don't make my time, will show to my colleagues and will likely delay decisions. It'll disrupt conversations, and I think it will ultimately lead to a poorer product for the public and for you guys. So something to bear in the back of your mind if you're thinking about becoming a council member. Diversity, we've mentioned this a little bit, and we're talking about being together. But council is the body that represents the entire profession. So diversity in work settings, in gender expression, in ethnicity, and in education, and so on. It's all very important that our team hears many different perspectives. And then experience working in different practice settings, very helpful. Because you're able to look at how decisions, you move me on, okay. We've got one more page. So obviously this is not a complete list. Not everyone has these in equal measure, but this does lead nicely into some of the lessons that I've learned over the last year. So first of all, when you vote in this election process, are hiring a board member. I would say that this is not the election of a representative parliament. So just like a job recruitment, we require strong candidates to pick from to do the best job in governing and managing the profession. Public interest. So historically, there's been a negative connotation from the idea that the college is here to protect the public from us. I think in the last little while, I've seen a much more nuanced view that recognizes the public is interested in a host of things regarding paramedics, beyond just simply the reduction of risk. What the public is interested in and wants are healthy, capable, effective paramedics who are well-trained and empowered to help in the way that best suits their patients' needs. So I think we're also seeing a view that the public wants equity and fairness in paramedic governance. Because honestly, we are the public's spouses, we're their children, we're their parents, we're their neighbors. So also the public, they're our patients, but they're also our family members, our neighbors, they're our community. So this more holistic view means that there are a lot of people to talk to and think about whenever a decision is being made, and why the public members are such valuable members of our team. So social currency and decision making. I think because of the large number of moving parts, interacting and overlapping people and factors involved in writing a request for decision making, a single council member will rarely exert much control over the outcome of an issue. Where we do our best work and where we seem to have our greatest impact is influencing people through and around us through persuasive language. So the strength of an argument is also made greater when an individual possesses a long history of clear vision, trustworthiness, dependability, and other factors that increase our social currency within the group. So this means that patience and persuasiveness are important characteristics. Drama is not exceptionally productive. So finally, I think a very important point to make here is conflict of interest. We all have personal aspirations and benefits that we want to get and realize when we become council members. That's fine. When that fits alongside our altruistic desire to protect the public interest and advance the profession. It is okay to benefit personally from fulfilling the role of councillor through growth, education, and achievement. However, using the position to make decisions that benefit ourselves, our family, or acquaintance is ultimately very harmful to the functioning of the college and to protecting the public interest. So conflict of interest can be very subtle. It needs to be personally evaluated on a constant basis to ensure that our motives and biases are not negatively influencing our decisions and our actions. I will leave you with, if you are thinking of running for council at any point, I would say that it is absolutely worth it. So you don't have to wait until you hate our guts or you disagree with what it is that we've done or things are going horribly wrong. That's really not the time, it's too late. If you see things that you like, if you see a direction that you feel will benefit the profession, if you feel that you can contribute to being a servant leader, then please come and join us on the team.
Thank you so much, Luke. And yes, I'd just like to reiterate that. Please come join us. We're a great group. We have some really great discussion. And, you know, I think we're doing a really great job out in our council table, around our council table. And just to that point, because there was a lot of talk about the policies and the bylaws and all the work that was done, I as the VP of Governance, I did a lot of that work, but a lot of that work went to Tanisha, and so I just want to give her another round of applause because she did a lot of work on that, guys. She's really the steward of all of those documents, so thank you so much. So next to our first presenter of the morning, and that is Shane Fitzpatrick. He's here to speak to us about his role in the Calgary Metro's Tactical Emergency Medical Support Unit, or TEMS, and the importance of preparedness and cross-sector collaboration with the public safety community. Shane has worked within the public safety community for over 20 years with experience in mountain rescue, avalanche forecasting, and EMS. He is a 14-year advanced care paramedic and has been a member of the Calgary TEMS unit for the past 7 years. Shane has been instrumental in the development of the AHS EMS Active Shooter Hostile Event Response Protocol in the Calgary zone. In 2016, he became the TEMS Committee Chair for the International Public Safety Association. Please welcome Shane.
I brought my own mic so I can walk the stage a little bit, and some water. I don't know if it's the smoke or nerves. Thank you. Thanks for having me. Thanks to council, thanks to the college for this opportunity to be here and present about what we're doing in Calgary with our TEMS program. So changing gears a little bit, getting away from some business stuff, but I will tie my presentation back into some college business near the end here. So the theme for this year's AMM is Stronger Together. I've titled my presentation Tactical Medicine Beyond Boundaries, and it kind of fits into that theme. I'm kind of going to illustrate how we're engaging our EMS resources, our police resources, and our fire resources into being more interoperable. We're taking lessons learned from our tactical environment some of the protocols, some of the treatments that we've done there, and we're pushing that beyond the boundaries of that civilian high threat environment or that tactical environment and bringing it to our street level responders. So what do I mean by beyond boundaries? So traditionally, TEMS works within that tactical environment, usually as an entity or an extension of a SWAT or tactical unit. We have special training to work within that area. We call that area the crisis point or the hot zone. We are the only paramedics in Alberta that are trained to work in this environment. But I'm gonna kind of stray from that in this presentation a little bit, not talk solely about what we do in that environment, but how we're bringing those lessons learned to our public safety community. So I'm going to give a quick overview of some demographics, just talk a little bit about the Calgary Zone, our EMS, our police, and our tactical unit, and then we'll dive into the capabilities of our TEMS unit. We'll talk a little bit about what we're doing, kind of some of the new emerging things that are coming out of our TEMS unit in Calgary and how we're going to push that forward in Alberta. We'll briefly discuss the Rescue Task Force program or the Active Shooter Hostile Event program that we're building. Right now it's going live here in Calgary. I know Edmonton is working on a similar program, and we're trying to figure out how we're going to do that provincially. I'm going to tie it back to the Alberta College of Paramedics and building or developing a tactical paramedic competency profile specific to tactical medicine, and then a little bit of our involvement with the International Public Safety Association. So Alberta Health Services, in the Calgary Zone, we're approximately 1,000 paramedics responding to just north of 160,000 events. In Calgary, we have 5 specialty teams. We have our TEMS unit, our incident response paramedics, or our hazmat medics, our RAP unit, which is our rapid access paramedics. That's our mountain bike team. PSU is a public safety unit working with police in crowd control situations, community care paramedics, and then our flight teams, which is now moving to a provincial model. The city of Calgary is about 1.3 million people, spread out over a large landmass, 825 square kilometers. Our TEMS unit works within the city, but we also go beyond the boundaries of our city limits, and we do some work in neighboring communities as well, and I'll touch on that here in a sec. So just like Edmonton, we have a citywide police service in Calgary, the Calgary Police Service, 2,200 sworn members, doing approximately 570,000 calls for service a year. As of 2017, we were the 3rd highest city in the country for homicides, but we were number 1 in vehicle thefts and number 1 in domestic violence. Our TEMS unit works with the tactical unit on a number of these vehicle thefts and domestic violence type calls. I did a presentation down in North Carolina here at the beginning of May, and as I was going through some of the statistics, we have gun violence in Calgary. It's on the rise, but our numbers are insignificant compared to the US, as you can imagine. So I was giving these numbers. So in 2016, we had 61 shootings in Calgary, which I said was very reminiscent of the number of polar bear attacks we have and the number of structural collapses on our igloos. And I got blank stares, like, whoa. And I think they believed me. But anyways, the point I was trying to get across is we are trending upwards with our shootings and our gang violence. We're a big city with big city problems. Oh. So our tactical unit, we have approximately 30 tactical officers in Calgary, over 3 teams. These are the guys you call when the police need help. So they're the ones coming in, they got the big guns, they got the big toys, they got the budget, and they come in and rectify the problems. So our TEMS unit works with this. There's many configurations of TEMS across North America. The model that we have in Calgary and the model that you guys have in Edmonton is paramedics that work on an ambulance that are trained, advanced care paramedics that are trained in police tactics to work as contracts providers with the police service. So we have the medical knowledge, we have to learn the tactics. We kind of have to relearn how to be paramedics in the tactical environment. But there's many others. You have police officers that have some medical training that can act as TEMS medics, and you have doctors even, medical directors, that will embed themselves into a tactical unit as well and be that medical oversight. So the CPS tactical unit does about 400 planned operations a year, with over 600 calls for service in the last year. There we go. So in 1999, actually, let me go back. In 1996, Toronto was the first city in Canada to build a TEMS program. Edmonton followed suit in 1997. Any tactical medics present or past in the room? No? Anybody aware that we have a tactical program in Alberta? Probably. Oh, yeah, okay. Good. So 96 was Toronto, 97 was Edmonton, and then we followed suit a few years later. And it was Darren Beattie. He was a constable with CPS. He was a medic with Calgary Metro prior to that. And he had the vision to build a program in Calgary. And it was his vision that led to the program being built in 2002. Unfortunately, he was killed in a training accident. So his legacy lives on. We're 17 years into our program, and it's upward and onward, and we tribute that back to Constable Darren Beattie. So our statistics, when we first started, we were doing about 70 call-outs with our TAC unit a year. That jumped to about 400 the next year, and we've consistently kept it 400, 500, 600 in the last previous year. So we're busy. We do a lot of calls with them. We're starting to support our law enforcement patrol officers, as well as our K-9 unit a lot more on top of these tactical calls. We have a vigorous application process. Initially, you had to have 5 years as an advanced care paramedic working the streets. We're struggling to get numbers. We've dropped that now to 3. But we're held to the same standard as our police officers. We go through the same application process as our police officers, including fitness. We do a phobia and a skills testing day. We have to do a background personal disclosure form where we sit down with a detective, worst day of your life, it's like confession. And then you sit and do a polygraph. So you're tied up to a machine, and it was the worst day of my life anyways. And then you go through a psychological testing where you sit down with a psychologist. Again, not the greatest experience. But if you're successful, you get into an 80-hour program where you learn the tactics and you learn about tactical medicine. And then, if you're successful through the 80-hour program, you become a TEMS medic. Currently have 9 members on our team in Calgary, so we're a small, intimate group. We love what we do. We want to keep the numbers small. The police service wants to keep our numbers small, but we're trying to get that 9 to 12 or 14 members. We're currently doing a hire right now. So we get to do some different things that you would do on the ambulance, and I'll just touch on these briefly. We have a high angles operation that we get to get training in, so we're doing rope work. We go through some belay stuff, some anchor stuff, and then we actually are training 2 of our members on the team, and we try to keep 2 guys current as rappel masters. So it's a long process. I think it's over a full year, basically, of training before you get your RM. And then they're kind of the ones that teach us these different techniques. We do some rescue stuff and some hauling systems. And then every team member is recerted in that yearly. I've got some stories to tell. I'm going to have to be really brief based on my time. These are some case reviews. I can talk all day on them, so I'm going to give you the Coles and Oat version. So this is a call that happened in 2016, I believe. It wasn't me, it was our team lead, Jason Zimkowski, that responded to this call. And it had to do with basically our high angle operations. So this was a crane call. Basically, a guy showed up for work. The operator of the crane climbed up the 340 feet to his cabin at the top of the crane, opened up the hatch, looked in, and there was somebody inside. He engaged with this person. The person was sitting there, had a laptop computer, completely catatonic, and didn't respond. The operator thought best that he should probably not enter the cab, climb back down, call 911, and it came in as a high angle rescue call. Our Thames medic that was on that day heard the call come across the police radio. So we carry a scanner or a police radio in our truck that we keep our ear to. It came in as basically a police response. And the ground units basically deployed to this call. Our Thames medic decided he'd go and join them. When they got there, they came up with a plan. They decided to call the tactical unit in. And nobody really knew what this guy's intentions were. We didn't know if it was suicide, if this was a PR stunt of some sort, or if he wanted to hurt somebody, or if this was terror related, or the worst case scenario. So the tactical unit spun up. Our Thames medic was involved. They decided, okay, we're going to deploy up the crane. If you see on the picture on the right-hand side of the screen, you can kind of see three groups of people. The bottom group is our fire department, so we called in our high angle fire department as well, just in case we need to do a rescue. We have ropes on our Thames truck, and our tactical team has ropes, but we don't have 340 feet of rope, whereas the fire department does. So we use them as a resource as well. So we brought our negotiators in. The negotiators were with the firefighters down low. Our Thames medic and some of the TAC guys were kind of in the middle, and then our assault team, so to speak, was higher up. This went on for a few hours. We weren't able to engage with the guy, with the negotiator, so TAC deployed right up to the cabin. Prior to doing that, we came up with kind of a medical threat assessment of what happens if somebody gets hurt at 340 feet in the air. How are we going to deal with it? If this guy becomes violent or if he has a weapon, how are we going to take care of it? The picture on the left, you can see there was a building under construction a little ways away. We had a sniper there, so he was able to get eyes on and take the shot if he needed to. But it was a really good call just to kind of think through the process of if we have to sedate this guy, if he's violent, how are we going to get him restrained and how are we going to lower him to the ground? So lessons learned out of that is Thames needs to be able to work in any environment that the tactical unit works in. And we train vigorously on this. We've had 3 crane calls since this incident. They've all ended peacefully. But again, it's kind of our motto, good medicine in bad places. We need to have that remote assessment and that medical planning and that pre-planning. So carry on to our protocols. One of the responsibilities I have on our team is protocol development. I've been working with some docs, some medical directors for the last 6 years, just to stay current with tactical combat casualty care guidelines. This is something that comes out of the military. We're very military focused in our training. Just recently, they came out with tactical emergency casualty care, which is a little more civilian-based in that police or law enforcement environment. And we just try to keep our protocols current with those current trends. Something we're working on right now is getting IM TXA, so we don't have to start an IV and run TXA in over 10 minutes. A lot of times our environment doesn't allow us to do that. We're working with a doctor out of Vancouver, Dr. Eric Vu, who has actually done some work, done some research. He's the medical director for Vancouver Police Department, Abbotsford Police Department, and associate medical director of the RCMP, and they're actually using this protocol currently. It's coming for us, it's not here yet. The other thing is we're working on finger thoracostomy, so when we can't needle decompress or we're not getting results and we can't get our patient out of an environment, what's the next step? And for us, it's going to be a surgical finger thoracostomy. And again, that's in the works, and as well as carrying blood products on the ambulance. Kind of going back to the high angle stuff, we do have a protocol, a suspension trauma protocol. So if somebody gets harness hang, for lack of a better term, we have a protocol that we can deploy and do medical care for that as well. I'm going to go forward here to another little story. Another protocol that we have, and we share it with our incident response paramedics, is a crush protocol. We're hoping that this gets pushed forward to our EMS crews. Right now, it's just with our specialty teams, but I'll give you kind of a little background story. And this, again, this is how we are utilizing what we've learned inside the tactical environment and pushing it outside that boundary to our EMS and fire resources. So I did a call, I believe it was in 2016 as well, for a patient that was pulled in underneath one of our LRT trains. dragged for about a block, and ended up with a crush injury. I was just clearing a call in the south of Calgary, and it was a warrant. I was going back to the office to debrief with TAC when the call came over. Again, heard it on the police radio. 29-year-old male hanging on the outside mirror of the train decided, well, maybe he had too many tickets for not paying riding inside, so he'd try riding on the outside of the train. He was one of our homeless members from downtown, was kind of carrying a garbage bag full of clothes. Decided to try and hang onto the mirror and ride from station to station. Unfortunately for him, he fell, got dragged out of the train, dragged for about a block, and ended up being trapped under the train. I diverted from going to talk with TAC, thought I could be of some help on the call. I arrived on scene. There was already an ambulance on scene doing some treatment. So we had access basically to the patient's torso. He had some abrasions and some lacerations. He ground down a few of his fingers from being dragged, but he was conscious and alert. He didn't look all that well, but he was conscious and talking. So the unit that was on scene had started a large bore IV. They were giving him some fluid. They were treating him with fentanyl, and they had applied a monitor. This happened in November, so I believe the ambient air temperature was about -5, so it was cold. So we know that cold and trauma don't work well together. So I initially grabbed our Ready Heat blanket from the Thames truck. So it's a blanket that we can put him on. As soon as we open the package, there's a chemical reaction that causes heat, and we were able to keep at least the torso of him warm. I crawled under the train as our fire department was trying to lift the train with airbags, just to kind of get a good look at what his injuries were. There wasn't much to see. The garbage bag that he was carrying was wrapped around his legs, but I could tell that in his left leg, the mass wasn't what it should be. So I was figuring it was crushed, and his right leg was badly broken. I carry a tourniquet on my belt. I was able to kind of feed the tourniquet through the lower part of his back and at least get it in place, but I didn't have any room to actually attach or to secure the tourniquet in place, but it was there for quick access if we needed it. There was a large pool of blood underneath the patient as well. Our fire department was unable to lift the train. We ended up calling in a mechanic, and they were able to disengage cars from either end, and with a touch of a button, he managed to raise the train a couple inches, which is all we needed to pull him out. Oh my goodness, is that my time? Okay. See, I get stuck in these rabbit holes. Anyways, the point I wanted to make across, we have a crush protocol. I was able to initiate it. We gave sodium bicarb, we gave calcium chloride prior to the train being lifted. We were able to attach that tourniquet as soon as the train was lifted. We kept him warm, put him in the ambulance, monitored his vital signs for hyperkalemia. We then were able to start a sodium bicarb drip if we needed to. We didn't, and give TXA on the way to the hospital. That's not a picture of the actual, that's a stock photo, but that's very reminiscent of what his legs look like, and that is an x-ray. So our deployment model is unique to Calgary. It's different than what they do here in Edmonton. It's different than what they do in most places. We are a single paramedic on an SUV or a paramedic response unit, and we have autonomy to self-deploy to whatever calls we feel like we can be of help on. That's how we become interoperable. We have police communications. We have direct access to getting on police channels so that we can be that EMS police liaison, and we're able to communicate and update on the police side and on the EMS side, and it's been very beneficial to our service, both CPS and EMS. We are the only EMS resource that has that capability. My time keeps changing. I'm all confused. Thank you. So another case review. I'm going to be real quick on this one. So again, another Johnny on the spot call for us. Again, caught it on the police scanner. And this was an officer down call. One of our newest Thames members was working the day of this call. He was on his way to do some training with TAC when he heard a call come in over the police scanner. There was a armed robbery and then an attempted carjacking. They chased the suspect into a neighborhood and then lost him. Things started to ramp down. The police helicopter couldn't get an IR signature. K9 wasn't getting a track, so they dispersed a lot of their units. They kept some units in the area and canvassed the area, but our Thames unit, or our Thames guy, ended up leaving and going to this training exercise. As he was pulling up to the training exercise, he heard over the police scanner Code 200, which is a bad thing to hear from a police officer. It means police officer in trouble. He could hear gunfire being exchanged in the background, and we had an officer down. He got back in his truck, went right back to the scene. He arrived within 2 minutes, was brought into that scene under force protection. The officer's partner had pulled the guy from the middle of the street in behind the cruiser and had applied a tourniquet. He had a GSW to the left bicep. We think it was a ricochet off the bicep and into his chest, missing his body armor. So left lateral chest with an exit wound out the back. It was a rifle round. Officer was pale, cyanotic, not breathing well. CPS did awesome to get him off the X and behind cover and applied the tourniquet. TJ got on scene, took off his armor, put chest seals on, put him on a soft litter, called in an ambulance. Again, ambulance coming in under force protection, into the back of the ambulance, off on the way to the hospital. From time of injury to being into the ER was under 10 minutes. We have an extensive canine program. It was brought up here just a minute ago. Travis Cox, one of our guys, has been working on this for the last 9 years of his TIMS career. We have it to the place where I think we have the most robust and efficient canine medicine program in all of North America. We have letters signed off by the Alberta Veterinarians Association, as well as ACP, and we're in the process of getting legislation changed in the province of Alberta to allow tactical medics to work on police service dogs. We not only do medicine on the dogs, but as you can see by some of these pictures, we get to handle the dogs, we get to put the bite suit on, which is not a fun thing to do. It actually really, really hurts still with all that Kevlar on. I had a bruise for about a month on my tricep. And we have a really great relationship with our Humane Society and have a really good canine cadaver program. So a little bit about, it's flashing, our interoperability. Our TIMS unit developed basically from the ground up, working with CPS, working with EMS, fire, and our dispatchers to build an active shooter hostile event program. We won the Paramedic Chiefs of Canada Award last year for the program. We are training and teaching our frontline staff to respond into a warm zone under force protection to do point of injury care. And again, direct relationship to what we do in the tactical environment. And we're now pushing this forward beyond that boundary. We're involved with our civilian teaching Stop the Bleed, but I really want to get to this one right here. So I came and presented to council 2 years ago, I think, no? 2 years ago? On building a tactical paramedic competency profile. Tactical medicine kind of falls into that non-traditional realm of EMS, so it's important that we properly define the scope of practice of what we do in that tactical, austere environment. We want to come up with either a working group or some way to be recognized provincially on what we do, if that's a designation of, ACP/tactical specialist or whatever. But this is really going to help support our program, support our training, support our funding moving forward. Boom. Look at that. I have one more slide, but I can skip it. Thank you guys so much.
Is this on? Oh, there's one more. There's a question for you, Shane, on Pigeonhole. All right. Yes. How is TIMS currently funded? Is this a fully AHS operational expense, or does CPS and or EPS financially contribute to staffing, sustainability, etc.?
That's a great question. I don't know how to answer this. We have our spec ops guy here, Matt Street, but traditionally, so when we were with the city, we were funded 50-50, so to speak. Basically, at that time, the city of Calgary, it was all one entity. It was all coming out of the same purse, so to speak. But the way it works right now, AHS provides the TIMS medic and the truck, pay their wages, pay the maintenance fees on the truck, and then the police service pays for the special equipment, the special training, etc. Is how I understand how it works. I'm getting a nod from back there. So.
Thanks, Shane.
All right, thanks.
All right, thank you so much, Shane, for your presentation. now to our last and final presentation of the morning. We do know we're a little behind. We've pushed lunch back to noon just so that we can make sure we get all of our presentations in because they are important. And this is the PAWS program, the Psychological Awareness and Wellness Support Program. They use a specialized paramedic canine team to support emergency medical responders who experience first response work-related stress. The PAWS program uses a trauma-informed approach that focuses on emotional and psychological safety. The PAWS dog's natural instinct for human engagement enhances the psychological support environment. When not supporting EMS staff after challenging calls, the PAWS team provides mental health-focused education to help decrease stigma, increase resiliency, and raise awareness about the resources available to employees experience a psychological injury. Erica Olson is the paramedic, or is the program coordinator for PAWS, as well as Delray's handler. She's a paramedic and critical incident support management peer support team member. She has additional training in trauma-focused animal facilitated wellness. She is certified in professional life coaching and studies psychology in her ongoing education. Please welcome Erica and Delray to tell us more.
Hello, and I realize that we're before lunch, so we'll try and not interfere with the consumption of food, which we all need on a regular basis. Oh, I can't see this. Okay, so I'm gonna right here. I'm gonna be doing the presentation in 20 minutes, and then we'll have 10 minutes for questions, I think. But the countdown says 15, so do you want me to present in 15 minutes? Okay. All right, so we'll go to +5. All right, so I'm Erica Olson, and Delray's over on the corner of the stage here. I love to start out with, who in the room has not heard of PAWS before today? So our messaging's pretty good. Our first year was focused a lot on program awareness promotion. So I'm just going to introduce a little bit about our program and a little bit about the logic behind canine support, and then I will also it's fixed. And then I'll talk about what we do and what our first year was like and what we're going to do going forward, and then we'll have time for questions. So dogs and humans have been partnering for centuries, and can you hear me? Okay, it's good sound. Okay, so dogs and humans have been partnering for centuries, from everything from helping us do transportation and hunting to doing mobility assistance, and we have the classic dog in the fire hall legacy. So more recently, we're using canines in psychological support, and there's lots of different ways that's done. One way in the last 10 years that's become common is called a job for dogs called accredited facility dog, and that's what Delray is. So PAWS is a team of a specialized paramedic and an accredited facility dog, and together we do basically canine facilitated peer support for paramedic staff in the field. And I'll talk a lot more about that. We won't read the slides exactly. So I'm Erica Olson, and that was an awesome introduction. So you've heard most of what's special about me already. I'm also a certified professional coach and continue to take ongoing training to be able to do this job well for staff. Some mindfulness and meditation focused training. I think that covers it between that introduction and this one. And I'm mindful of the time and want to leave lots of time for questions, because that's usually the best part, is people ask what they want to know, and that's the funnest part of the presentation for sure. So this is a little bit about Delray. He's 5 years old. He's a black lab retriever. He is bred, raised, and trained to be an assistance dog. So their breeding, they actually select for temperament and trainability. So when they're born, they have a higher than average trainability factor, as well as a really mild temperament that works well for public access as well as daily work environments. Delray was selected for this job after we applied for him to the school. We explained our program model, and then they said, this dog will work well for you because he's super social and he's really resilient. And I've seen that now that I've worked with him for the program launched in October of 2017, and I've really got to know that that's true of him. So the other thing that's neat about getting an accredited facility dog with a school that's accredited by Assistance Dogs International is Delray comes with insurance. And if at some point Delray is showing that he doesn't like the work or it's not a fit for him, because he may work for 5 to 8 years, then the school will support us in working with a dog that wants to do the work. And that's really important, so that Delray's not obligated, he's doing it as long as it's enjoyable for him. And we go through an annual assessment, as well as we basically go to almost weekly training, never less than once a month. So a little bit about how the program came to be. In March of 2015, AHS EMS formed the Psychological Health and Safety Committee, and that was an initiative that was made to help staff from the day they decide they want to work on the ambulance to when they retire and beyond. So it's really a psychological focused program, recognizing that that's really an important thing. I think everyone in the room is appreciating that. It's been front forward for long enough. So in the very beginning of that, it was considered that we could try a human-animal bond program. And Darren Sandbeck said, yes, but maybe not with a horse trailer. Try something with like a dog. So he connected me with someone who is the first accredited facility dog team in Canada. And she helped us greatly inform the early portion of our program model, which is the full-time handler with the accredited facility dog. And that committee also formed several other initiatives. Some of them are listed here, R2MR, Guarding Minds, and the Suicide Awareness Training. So that's really where it kind of kicked off. And at that point, I had over 4 years, I'd taken about 8 courses in adult trauma-focused animal-facilitated wellness. So I was kind of the right person to start doing the research that it did take to launch the program. So it took 2 years of research and interviewing experts and existing teams to develop the program model that we have. Okay, so here's a little research. So I took out a whole chunk of this, which was focusing on how trauma affects the body and why we should care and what we can do about it to meet the needs of this presentation. So my brain's just catching up here. So now this is a little bit of research about why canines and humans partner well together. So Delray is better than a rock. And this study they compared people petting several different things. There was a teddy bear involved, there was a turtle, there was a rock, and there was a canine. And the results of that study showed that the decrease in blood pressure and some of the stress hormones like cortisol were lower when engaging with the dog, and lower for the turtle than the rock. So turtle's still getting the edge in on the rock. And both were better than the teddy bear. So alive beings is better connectivity for us. And the interesting thing about that study is that there were people involved that weren't dog people that said that they didn't care particularly for dogs, not fear, not allergies, but just no preference, and they still seen a decrease in their stress hormones, increase in dopamine as well as lowered cortisol. So he's also better than a nap. In this study, it was actually in a similar setting. So a handler and a dog went into an emergency room, and the eMERGE staff got a chance to either take a nap, 5 minutes or 20 minutes, or to spend time with the canine handler team. 5 minutes with the canine handler team showed longer and equal lower in blood pressure and cortisol as a 20-minute nap. So there was some benefit there. And then finally, it's good for the dog too. And now this is about oxytocin. So oxytocin is like our love drug. So cortisol goes with elevated and prolonged stress. Cortisol is good in its own way, in small doses, like family. And then, but if it's too much time, then, so oxytocin can help us offset the effects of cortisol, and it can also help us feel bonded and connected. Sometimes it's called the love drug. So when we gaze at a dog, research shows now that dogs produce oxytocin. But what's really cool is it's a positive feedback loop. They produce it, and so do we. So the longer we gaze at each other, we kind of have like a little love fest, and we continue to feel better that whole time. And this information is actually found why they feel some dogs selected out from being wolves to being our domestic partners. And what's interesting is the wolves that are still out today are not producing oxytocin. So please remember that. If you're going to go camping and try to make friends with somebody in the woods, he's not into it. It's just the dogs, just the domestic dogs. So this is a little bit of the program overview. So that's really that's the quick and dirty science. But I love talking about that stuff. I love the science behind why this works. So please approach me and we'll talk about that anytime. So here's a little overview of the program. I'm an advanced care paramedic, and you know that. And I'm trained in psychological support and animal facilitated wellness. Delray, you've met, and I think I actually touch on him again. And so we got Delray at no cost because that's how those schools operate. They're amazing. They're not for profit, and they do a ton of fundraising on their own. But the investment is $40,000 to breed, raise, and train a dog for public assistance work. So it's pretty incredible, these schools. And PADS we're very grateful to be with PADS. They're a pretty amazing school. They're very supportive of us as we grow. I have a whole team that I call when things go funny. And by funny, I mean like if he farts too much or if he scratches weird, I'm like, oh, hey, he scratched 3 times on his left ear today. Is that a... So I have a whole team. I'm very well supported. We have a PRU that we work out of, and that was provided in part by the EMS Foundation. They've been hugely supportive of us to get this program off the ground. And it's also response capable. And we're based in Central Zone, but we offer a province-wide response. And on ahsems.com, under psychological health and safety, there's a pause link, and that's where you can find all of our program practice documents, videos on the science behind canine support, why we're trying this program, our activation algorithm, all kinds of stuff. That is the place to go. And then the way people get a hold of us is by phone and email. That's available to everyone here as well. Again, the EMS Foundation, huge support, and I think we're doing a calendar this year so we can continue to support them in turn for them supporting us. And so just a little bit more about facility dogs. People often ask. So he's not a pet. He's a working dog, and he's also not a service dog. Service dog often implies that the dog would be supporting the handler, whereas Delray and I are paired together 24/7, and we go out and support others. Sociability was his main personality trait that made him a fit for this job, but then resiliency has become really important. So if a dog's not really resilient, what they've noticed is over a year they get lower and lower, and they actually notice that this work takes a toll. So Delray shakes it off, he sniffs, he runs, he zoomies, and he comes back to baseline on a regular, and that's part of my job, is to support him to do that. He's very calm and confident as a result of his breeding. It's pretty common with the litter. And these puppies, even though they're purpose-bred, sometimes only about 50% make it to graduation and placement. So it's an interesting process. So I think that covers that pretty much. Okay, so here's how we've been utilizing the PAWS program. There's 3 main areas. Education and awareness is a really important one. We don't know which one is the most impactful, but to me, this is certainly way up there. We do a lot of staff engagement and education. This involves some of the drop-ins we do, or anytime we're just visiting. Just our existence actually is destigmatizing. The Canadian Mental Health Association said that education and awareness are the ways to beat stigma. So us driving around in a PRU, stopping by, we have a very visible presence that actually helps us shift the stigma. So even before we do any good work, we're already doing something. And so then the next section is acute stress support. And so this is, after significant calls, if there's going to be a meeting to debrief or diffuse it, then the team can be a part of that. We have been to several of those so far, and the feedback has been very strong, very positive. We're going to launch a study, which I'm going to tell you about, which will help assess the value of that. Okay, and then reintegration. So if a staff member's been off work, or even if they're in the process of going off work, we can be a part of that. So we can do one-to-ones. Staff really seem to like this option. We go meet them somewhere neutral and go for a walk, or we go for coffee, or we go for lunch. And that's been a really nice way to connect, and the feedback's been very good from that. One really great application of the program that's been happening in the last 4 months has been after exposure therapy, which is fairly intensive. We'll meet with a staff member just to go for a walk, and that gives them time to regroup and reprocess before they drive home or have to go back and engage in their normal life, so their day-to-day life. So that's been a positive engagement. You can hear the program's new, so a lot of what we do, we try to make sure that we're responding to the needs of staff. We want to grow and be available in the ways that fits our organization the best. And so how to access us, phone and email. Usually there'll be a site representative. Anything from my crews have been doing a lot of calls lately. Maybe morale's low, or maybe we just want to have you guys out for a visit. They'll schedule us, we'll go out, and sometimes staff will be relieved for an hour each, and then they can spend that time with the team. Or we can just go for a group visit and do a little education. So those are a couple of the ways that the pre-books look. And then again, more information on how to get us and what we can do is on the AHS-EMS website. I'm just going to introduce the study now, and we're doing really good for time. So maybe I'm going too fast, but I'll figure it out when your questions ask me, like, so what do you do? We're doing a research study, and it's going to launch shortly. We have ethics board approval from MacEwan, and we are just pending ethics board approval from the U of A. There's 3 main components to the study, and the first one is on Delray. So we're going to assess by measuring salivary cortisol and utilizing an activity tracking collar and behavioral assessment. Those 3 things combined should give us a picture of how is Delray responding to the pause work. Already we've been working together for a year and a half, so I have a sense that he's been coping well with it, but being able to measure it accurately would be a tool that we want to use for all future teams. And also maybe other teams that exist in other organizations could start learning how to assess their canines in a quantifiable way, and then that'll help. There's very little research in this area because it's new. Everything that we're doing is new, so the research isn't caught up yet. So we're going to try to contribute to that. Then there's 2 surveys. One is staff satisfaction, so they can just go on and click a link. It's a general survey. What do you think of pause? What was your subjective impression? And then finally, there's a more quantitative stress assessment, and this will involve, this is why we needed ethics board approval, and so there'll be staff answering surveys 2 before and 2 after certain engagements with pause. And I'd be happy to talk more about that. I just don't want everyone to go to sleep. Well, so we'll just go through it, and then those that are really interested in the details of the research, I'll answer those questions. So in our first year, we met with roughly 1,200 staff, and so that averages about 100 a month. And of that, 65% were us showing up, sharing the program model, visiting with staff, and then the other 35% were pre-books and requests. And then of those, 5% were urgent responses. Our urgent responses, we have a 72-hour buffer. So if you call and say, we are planning to do a debriefing, it's nice to give us 72 hours, because if we're already working, sometimes we'll take a rest day immediately, then we'll do a travel day, and then maybe even rest a little, and then be available for the activities that are happening in that support. There is an update that reviews our first year on ahsems.com, and that was emailed out to the staff. So the first year was huge on the program awareness focus. We've done a few extra PR events. We did some work with AHS that was promoting innovation from AHS, and then program use. I think I've named all of those, so we'll just truck along here. In the year ahead, we are shifting away. Less program focus, promotion, and more focus on engagement with staff. And we'll also be continuing to be available for interagency program promotion, or model, like people want to know what are you doing and how. We're definitely available for that. I love those phone calls where people say, oh, we'd like to do the same thing, and so we talk about it, and I get really excited, and then they get overwhelmed, and then I'm like, oh, never mind, it's not that much work, just get started. But yes, I love doing that. There's been interest from New Zealand, from all the way across Canada, from many of the states, so lots of people are interested in this program model. And so program use, we're really going to focus on one-to-one visits, so calls from staff that ask us for a specific time and place, as well as drop-ins for education purposes, and the ones that are pre-booked by a site host. And then the research study engagements focus on debriefings as well as those pre-books, and I can share more about those for sure. So I'm wrapping up. We're doing really good for time, guys, so ask all the questions that you want. So this is not yet a resource that all staff can access frequently. We are one team, and we'd like to expand, and that will be based on budget and other factors. So for now, it's one team, and we're going to start focusing in a smaller area so that we can see what the effect is of focusing instead of spreading so wide. But we will still do provincial response for the acute and the pre-books, It's just that before we were also traveling for program awareness, and we're not going to do that anymore. Oh, no. Okay, so canine support may not resonate with everyone. So there's lots of people that have allergies or fears, or they just don't like dogs, and that's okay. This is not supposed to be something that everyone gets better because we walked through the hallway and seen them, or Delray shed on their clothing and now they're better. It's not like that. So we know that, but we wanted it to be one of the many resources that are available. I think I made it really clear, but I'm happy to answer more. An AFD is not a pet, and he's a working dog, and that's something that I really had to promote in the beginning, and I'm sorry if I'm beating the horse there, but just don't beat the dog. So education and engagement are as important as the acute stress support, and I think that's really important. So prevention and awareness promotion and can help decrease the, potentially decrease the amount of the exposure to psychological injury is great, and it can be a fact. I need water, and I'm getting tired. So, exposure to psychological injury can happen in our workplace for sure, and so maybe prevention can be a really good use of our program. And PAWS develops with this input from staff. I love getting feedback. There's usually a general survey open. It's not right now. So right now emails have to come in directly to ems.paws@ahs.ca, but we're launching another general survey shortly. So feedback from staff is critical. And again, the location on ahsems.com. Please follow along to see what Delray's up to on Facebook and Instagram. And that's really just kind of like where's he doing and what's he been up to. It's not, and sometimes he tells you about mental health stuff. He's a pretty informative dog. And then we also have some podcasts that are available on ahs.ca. And I probably should have took this out because these authors support a lot of the trauma stuff that we talk about, but it's still good to know that the program is very heavily researched and trauma informed. And I'm 42 seconds to the end of time. So, yeah, thanks. But I think I have a few minutes for questions.
Yes.
Okay, so please ask any questions. Usually there's a few of the same ones all the time, so just ask anything. And okay, so do you have support? Do I read it out?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, and it's on the screen, so we can all read it together. Do you have support or additional resources given your unique role to attending many debriefings, challenging situations to support others? You as a support for others, what does your support look like? Yeah, that's awesome. So I do have extra support, and it's built into the program model. So as we do expand, that'll be a heavy consideration for the individuals that do this job. An interesting aspect of doing any human-animal work is you're supporting people in connecting with themselves in a way they might not have. And you are often exposed to more content and deeper content. So that means that the handler, the dog, and the individual you're visiting with are all sharing more than they would have if the dog wasn't present. And so it's really important that we're really proactive. So my health is super important. I'm not perfect at it, but I see a psychologist regularly, and I have an incredible team at AHS with Health, Wellness, and Culture Division. And we do check-ins with each other, and I know that I can always reach out for support. And then we always are ready to, is this a new one? Yes. Okay. So then, and we're always ready to take days off. So I find it very easy to look after Delray. Like if he shows signs of tiredness or stress and he's not recovering on a daily basis, it's very easy for us to say, no, we're just not going to work tomorrow. Because what's the point of showing up with an injured team to support somebody? So we know that our health is really critical. I think that's the answer. So there was another thing in my mind, maybe it'll come up again. Given the care that is taken for you and Delray for acute stress events, are there already capacity issues to respond to acute event requests? Yeah, there's capacity issues. Yeah, definitely. So it's one team for the province, and we'd like to expand for sure. Having support, having good feedback from staff, knowing that the program is wanted, and if the research shows that there's value in our program model, it'll be easier to expand, I think. I'm certainly not in control of that. We would have a lot more teams today if I were. But ideally, we could get to 5 or 7 teams in the province, and like we wouldn't run out of work if there was like 40 teams. So just putting it out there. Oh, thank you. Yeah, so just a general thank you. And Yeah, so a lot of people, that's interesting that you're sharing, you have PTSD and you're recognizing that this would be valuable. Sometimes it takes an injury or dealing with heavy stress that isn't easy to cope with to recognize the value of support and accessing it. And so, yeah, that's definitely, you're welcome. It was a thank you, so you're welcome for, is that it? Oh. What happens with the 50%? Oh, good question. So now this is cool. They go as VIPs, which is a very important pet. So all of the schools, Assistance Dogs International Schools, there's several in Canada, they'll all have the same model where they do a controlled breeding program that selects for temperament and trainability. And then the 50% that don't make it will be available as pets. And those make awesome pets. So, yeah. Why is Delray not on Twitter? Because AHS Communications said that we should do Facebook and Instagram first. If somebody would like to help me with an Instagram presence, help Delray with his Instagram presence, that would be awesome.
I think he agrees.
Yeah, he's like, yeah, I can do that. Is this service only available for EMS, or can fire department members take advantage of this as well? So it's EMS presence is a requirement. We're EMS focused. But we love interagency support. So one way that we engage with other agencies is if there was a multi-agency response and we're going to support staff afterwards, whether it's a debriefing or any other kind of gathering, then we're available to all the members that attend that post-event gathering. The other one would be, sometimes we get requested by other agencies to come and talk about the program model. Love to do that to help you guys maybe want to start your own. And then obviously if there's something specific and there's a request, we try to do it. Our algorithm puts EMS staff first. So PR is down here, EMS staff are up here. Like we have this very clearly laid out algorithm. He's getting comfortable, so we're gonna be here for a while. He's like making himself a little bed to put his shoulder on. Are there plans to have multiple dog? Yeah. Yeah, we're the only one in Alberta, and we're actually the only one doing this program model in North America, utilizing a professional dog to support staff with a staff focus. There are other dogs working to support the general public in victim services or something like that, and in other police forces. So there are plans to expand, but I don't know the timeline of that. Open to contracted operators? Heck yes. We are available to all EMS staff, except that we aren't as much dealing with private companies. We're more dealing with contracted and direct delivery to AHS. But again, if somebody reached out and we weren't currently working with someone else, then we would definitely consider it based on our algorithm. And we know we're only one team, but we please get in touch if you have questions or anything. This is the last question, it says. Okay. That is the last question. Good timing, guys. And thanks so much for tuning in and being here and listening to us. Me. Okay.
You're lucky I didn't spill that. Bit of a spilly talker. Plane rider. Tim has a really interesting story about how Pinky got on an airplane one day. Thanks to me. So Erica, we very much appreciate your time and presentation. Thank you for your work, very important work in this area. Anyone would like to meet Delray, they will be at the welcome table at the entrance for the room for a bit during lunch. So again, I'd like to take the time to thank everyone this morning for your presentations. Thank you for all your questions and for participating in Pigeonhole. And now for the most important part of the day, lunch. So lunch is ready. It's at the back of the room. Please help yourself. And we'll get started in about 45 minutes. All right. Thanks, guys.
The only one currently left, actually, is the acupuncturist. And once they're moved, that's it for the HCA. It'll be repealed. So this isn't just some decision that the college made, which I always thought was the case. This was going to happen one way or another. So here we are in the HPA, and I'm going to try not to bore you guys with this too much, because while I may find it interesting, I'm sure not everyone does. But let's see if I can figure this out. Yeah, I know. I'm up here with paper, and everyone's up with iPads, and this is how I work. So under the HPA, this 214-page document tells us on the first page, right after the definitions, what the college's role is. And it says out right here that the college must carry out its... I don't think I'm going to read everyone. I think that'll be boring, but I am going to talk to everyone. A little round of applause, that's lovely. I am going to talk to each point. So let's see if that... Hey, okay. So serving and protecting the public interest. And that's, I think, maybe an often misinterpreted piece. And it's open to interpretation. I think the way that I like to interpret this is I believe that the public interest is best served by a competent and healthy practitioner. Each of us legitimately wants to provide exceptional care. That's why we got into this field. You want to save the drowned child or the choking senior or bring back someone from a cardiac arrest. We take all this training so that we have the skills and knowledge ready at hand for when that day comes. But in the last decade or two, we were sort of seeing as a profession that we also need to consider not just being prepared with the knowledge, but being mentally and physically prepared to handle these situations is every bit as important. And I think that that's something that I'd like to see us and we are focusing more on these components as a college. So, provide direction to, this is a mouthful. This speaks a lot to Bill 21. This is a good example. The government comes out and wants to change legislation. And as a college, we have to be reactive to that. I won't go through all the bits of Bill 21, but it's a good example of how an outside force or entity or decision can force us to provide direction to the members. And so it's another role of the college. We have to maintain and establish and enforce standards of registration, continuing competence, and standards of practice and code of ethics. Something that was a requirement that we needed to do to be proclaimed under the HPA. And when I speak to registration, each year we look at the rest of the industry and see what best practices are for registration, and we adapt it every year. We try and make sure that we review it thoroughly, make sure we've captured everything, and then we make adjustments where we see shortfalls. So the same can be said about the SOPs and the code of, standards of practice and the code of ethics. The current ones were approved by government in 2016, and that really became, those documents were an important role in us becoming proclaimed. But recently we were approached by the Minister's office, and we're asked to make them less principle-based and a little more robust and providing more clarity. So that's why you saw the consultation process on the code of ethics go out, and that's also why we're going to tackle the standards of practice in the fall of this year. So carry on other duties. Other duties would be things like conduct or which I'm going to, I think I brought up a discussion about conduct earlier. Maintaining registries, updating the provider registries. So that's, those are kind of boring activities that we have to do. We have to send the government information about registered practitioners on a regular basis. We have to maintain our registries. And then the other one would be approved programs of studies and education courses. So I've already talked about the EMR standards and why we've upped those, and I think I talked probably enough about the pathway to a degree for Alberta, paramedicine in Alberta. I'm happy to keep talking about that. I'm pretty passionate about this, and I could get long-winded here, but I think I talked about that in the morning session, but if it comes up again in the question and answer, I'd be happy to discuss it. So those are sort of the sort of regulated requirements of what a college is. What isn't the role of the college? I think it's important to bring this up because it sounds obvious to say that we're not a union. or maybe it doesn't, but we're asked time and time again to weigh in on labor issues, shifting patterns and employment practices. And, this, and for those of you who know me or know my history, I spent quite a bit of time in the union in Calgary. And I was the vice president for a while through some tumultuous times. And union business is near and dear to me. But that's not what this role is. We're a regulatory body, not a union. So we don't really have the legislative clout to walk into these situations and say, employer, this shifting pattern is not the right way to go. Can we collaborate with them more? Absolutely, and we're taking steps to do that. Maybe I'll just keep it at that. That we're not a union. We do work with them. We're in constant contact with them. We try and coordinate some of our messages to media about it when it comes to our way, that we make sure that we're talking the same language and they're sending the same message. But that's not our role. If I had an iPad, I could just scroll to the next page. But the other things we're not an employer. We're not an employment agent. We're not an educator. We're not a provider of medical oversight. And it's important to mention here, we're not here to protect the public from you. We have to protect the public interest, but I think that our council, our college's vision, everyone's vision at the college is to ensure that the public is protected. That we think the public is best protected by ensuring that we have competent, healthy practitioners. All right. I think I just touched on that. So while we have pretty clear direction from the government about what our role is, it's clear we also have a duty to be responsive to the members. And make no mistake, being self-regulated here, this is really, the path that we're on is really the way to advance the profession. We need to be in control of our own destiny, our own scopes of practice, and our own educational opportunities. The days really of deciding what is best for our profession by others and allowing others to decide this, I think those are starting to fade in the rearview mirror. And if we can start looking out forward to the opportunities that lie in front of us, we can all start working together to grab these great chances and run with them. And then we can take pride in growing this profession. And that's sort of all I have on the role of the college. I'm going to be up here on 2 more topics too, so I can take, you're going to be sick of me by the time of this is done, but I can take questions now on the role, or should we wait till the end of my 3?
I don't know.
That's all me.
Check. Oh, questions. Let's take questions.
Perfect.
So, question 1, what is happening about legislation for CCPs?
Right. Okay. Section 2 in our paramedic profession regulation speaks to the registries we can maintain, and that is EMR, PCP, and ACP. We are, under Section 15, we have protected titles, which does mention critical care paramedics. To recognize and create a registry for a critical care paramedic, that would take some changes to our regulations, and those have to go in front of government to get approved. And to be honest, where are we at with critical care paramedic? Educational programs aren't there yet, and our examination process and process isn't there yet. So I think when we talk about critical care paramedics, I'd like to say it's on the horizon, but we aren't there yet.
And there does not seem to be any other questions. So, Tim, you can continue on with your next section, which I think is
Continuing competence or code of ethics?
continuing competence, or code of ethics.
Okay.
So I just want to reiterate that it is important that as members that we understand the role of the college. So if we don't understand, it can cause frustration. So please, if you guys have any questions, please come to us, ask us questions, come to a meeting, see what it is that we do. Post your questions on social media, ask the questions through Pigeonhole today if you like, and we'll do whatever we can to answer them. That's what we're here for. We want to make sure everyone feels comfortable with what the college does.
I told you you're going to get sick of me. Okay, so we're going to talk about code of ethics for a moment. I touched on it earlier, and just like to show where they sit, just in our whole framework here. We have an overarching HPA, the act that runs us. The regulations sit underneath them, and then in the regs, our bylaws, our standards of practice, and code of ethics are in there. And I hope it's probably tough to see. But the code of ethics is a requirement to be under the HPA. So it's interesting, I suppose it's important to note that this statement, that the code of ethics is enforceable in the same manner that the standards relating to registration and competence. And the college is required to do that enforcing. In the framework, like you see, they hold an equal weight to the standards of practice and bylaws. And right now, we've, like I said earlier, we've reopened the code of ethics. We have them out for consultation. I think I'm going to touch on it later, but I think let's move on, or I'm going to touch on the end of it later. So what is the code of ethics? And it's a mixture of sort of aspirational things and sort of mandatory provisions. And from a practical perspective, we simply recognize that we'll not try to use use the disciplinary. Sorry, I'm not going to read from the script, and I apologize, Tanisha. I like talking a little more freely about this. I don't want to be confined, but the code of ethics, this is what us as practitioners can look at and lean on when we're giving care to the public. And this is what the public can lean on when they figure out or when they're trying to determine what to expect from us. And this is what the college can lean on when we try and determine how to manage complaints. So that's, I'm going to give you Tim's version of it. And I'm going to open myself up to lots of questions here, but so the purpose of the update, and I think that's really what I want to get to. We needed to make this more instructive, easier to apply in daily practice. We need to make this clearer for our members, for what the public to expect, and for how the college can implement them. I think it's important here to talk about the importance of why we get this right. For many in the room who are familiar with what happened with the denturists or the College of Dental Surgeons out in BC, they came under fire for the enforceability and not enforcing firmly enough their code of ethics. It was also reported that they weren't robust enough. This is called the Caton Report, and it's available online. If you search C-A-Y-T-O-N, you'll find it. It's a 92-page document it was pretty scathing to that college, and it's going to lead to some pretty significant changes in regulation in BC. And I think it's important that we look at what happens in other jurisdictions like this, because we could come under the same magnifying glass, and we want to make sure that we are as robust and as solid as possible with these. So, and we were approached by government to recognize this as well, to make these a little more less principle-based and a little more robust. So took all of this into account, and we did a lot of work, particularly Tanisha and Alona and the policy and comms team, to make the code of ethics more instructive and easier to apply in daily practice. So I'm going to look at some of the changes. The introduction, including the purpose, have been either added or edited for clarity. There's a new section called Overarching Principles and Values, which have been added to give it a little more clarity, responsibility to patients, to oneself, to the profession, and the public. More context was provided to help apply the statement to areas of practice or provision of care. And it's important to note that many of the statements in the current code have been maintained, but just redistributed or repositioned in the new document. Some of the statements were removed just deemed to be not good determinants of ethical conduct, or were duplicates, or were captured in other statements. So we took all that, and we've gotten some feedback from members so far. We opened the consultation on May 1st, and the feedback was collected until May 19th, and we got 239 responses, which is a little bit low, but one of the things to note is between 97 and 99% indicated they understood the purpose of the code and each of the sections within it. So I think that's a good indicator that we might be on the right track with how we recreated that document. Some of the positive comments were new phraseology improves my understanding. I thought they were well thought out. There was some some of the comments and suggestions and ideas. A lot of positive comments. There was some obviously some negative comments as well. Seen as being given too much power, feeling like the college is being like a big brother and stepping over the line. And then we did receive some really good input as to how we had to incorporate things like gender expression and gender identity, and some word and grammar and styles of introduction were given. So we did take a lot of that feedback to Vice. And Tanisha, we're going to keep this open. So we're going to reopen this. With 239 people giving feedback, that's not bad, but I think we can do better. So we're going to reopen the feedback time for the Code of Ethics, and I really encourage you all to read through this, as this is a document that's going to help guide you in your profession. It's going to tell the public what to expect from you, and it's going to help guide the college for us when we receive complaints and how we have to follow that, what we have to stick to and adhere to. So we're going to reopen that for a period of time, to be yet determined, but that'll be sent out as a communication. I'm going to, if you don't mind, I'm going to skip past the questions and comments. I'm going to go right to a couple of examples because it's probably more pertinent to understand how we're going to apply this versus all the ins and outs. So I'm going to throw just two examples at you, and let you know what, or give you something to chew on. So we have a male paramedic working in a fire hall, make derogatory comments based on gender towards his female colleague. The paramedic continued to harass the colleague and intimidated her into making her fearful to return to the work site. Was this practice ethical? And so, did we decide to open that up to a poll? I don't know if we did. There might be in Pigeonhole, there might be a quick poll if you want to weigh in. But anyways, in this case, so is it there? Okay. So anyways, in this case, the college notified her employer who did an internal investigation. The internal investigation resulted in the paramedic receiving a suspension as well as having to attend various learning modules and courses. The employer then notified the college as per section 57 of the HPA, and our conduct department became involved. The college conducted its own investigation and found there was sufficient evidence of unprofessional conduct, namely workplace harassment that contravenes the Code of Ethics by I'm not sure it's up there. Oh, no. So, contravened the code of ethics by not promoting and upholding a code of ethical standards of the profession and not fostering professional working relationships. Our complaints director sent this file to a hearing as the accused member did not feel he had violated the code of ethics. So a tribunal was formed, comprised of peers and a public member, and they heard evidence from both sides of the case. Ultimately, the member was found guilty of unprofessional conduct, and as such, a reprimand was placed on his file for 1 year. He had to pay $1,500 in fines, had to take an additional course specified by the college. So the takeaway from this example is that we are all in this profession together. Harassing one another is not professional conduct and will be dealt with as a violation of the code of ethics. So that was example number 1. I talked about example number 2 earlier this morning, so I'm going to go to example number 3 here. So a regular member allegedly posted patient information on Facebook. She wrote about a difficult manager as well as information regarding an elderly patient who was requesting pain medications in the last stages of her life. The member clearly identified herself as a paramedic. Was this conduct ethical? So, so again, this comes to the college. The college investigated the use of social media and confidentiality, namely, that the member did not act in a manner that ensured the patient's dignity, safety, privacy, confidentiality, and decision-making. So, it was determined that the patient, after the investigation, was determined that the paramedic was referring to someone many, many years ago, and she did not provide specifics regarding the treatment and care of the patient. There was no information to identify the patient, and the college found the evidence of unprofessional conduct to be lacking. So in this particular case, the college didn't take further action against the member, but cautioned the member on the risk of making social media posts. So interestingly, since this complaint, a Saskatoon nurse was found guilty of professional misconduct and was fined $26,000 by the Saskatchewan Registered Nurse Association after she identified herself as a nurse while criticizing her grandfather's palliative care on a Facebook post. She appealed, but it was upheld. So bringing this one up to stress the importance of social media and how that is changing in our profession. You have to remember to use adhere to the code of ethics when using social media. It's important to remain vigilant about not posting particulars about a patient, speaking to issues out of your scope of practice, or making controversial comments while identifying yourself as a practitioner. And why is that? Well, we just saw in the Saskatchewan example that people who see these posts give credibility to the comments once they know you're a paramedic. A similar situation is, there's numerous situations that have happened across the country with social media. So the takeaway message here is that we're starting to have less and less control over what we have to do for discipline with social media. And so the reminder here is just to be extra diligent, reminding you all that you're representing the paramedic profession. If you mention that you are a medic in these posts. So that's my little take-home message with that. Just move to questions, if there are any.
Give you some time to
Yeah.
think about the answer.
Well, it might help if I read it. So how does the college enforce the code of ethics other than responding to members' specific complaints in a purely reactionary manner?
That's a good question.
That's a good question. Well, I think maybe I can use process to speak to this, because when we receive a formal complaint, it goes to our complaints director, who does an initial investigation to warrant if there's sufficient evidence to take it to investigation. So we try and remove that purely reactionary piece out of it by having our complaints director filter through it first. And then if there still is enough evidence to go to investigation, we do the investigation. By then, you've probably taken out enough, put enough time to let the reactionary stuff go away, and you're dealing strictly with the facts at that point. I hope that answers. Are you planning on providing the profession any direction on professionalism in social media and or addressing conduct there? Like a bit of a course or a statement in the Pulse, or it's not a bad idea, actually. I'm not sure if we actually have done that yet. Jen says we have. Maybe we can reinforce that or revamp that, retool it to look different, distribute it in a different manner. I think that's a great idea. This is, if there's a code of ethics for practitioners, what about patients? I worked, many of you know that I've worked downtown Calgary for about 20 years, and the code of ethics in some patients is questionable. But that being said, it's a valid point, but really at the end of the day, our role, our mandate, what we're legislated to do is to regulate practitioners. So we don't have a lot of authority to enforce behaviors onto patients. And you got to remember that a lot of them are contacting us on the worst day of their lives. So let's keep some of that in mind as well. But that's probably more Tim the old medic speaking than Tim the registrar. All right, if a practitioner obtains a restraining order against another practitioner due to abusive personal relationship, but no criminal charges are placed, does the college pursue the practitioner as well? I might have to lean on Jen's advice a little bit on this. These are, I'll be just right up front. There's always more going on than what can be encompassed in one sentence. So to give a clear-cut answer to a question that has really one sentence is going to be a little tough. Certainly criminal charges make it really easy and really clear-cut. Restraining orders and that type of thing, we'll answer that one in the Pulse. How about that? Yeah, Jen's just giving me the word that we can answer that one directly, because it's tough to answer something like that. That's okay. We got one more coming up here, I think. Does the college plan to do any proactive steps in enforcing competency and conduct? Does the college identify behavior in social media, for example, without a complaint? Okay, I'll answer the first one for sure, and I think I can answer the second one as well. So, do we plan to do proactive steps in enforcing competency? Well, that is probably what I'm going to talk about next with our continuing competence program and what we're planning to do. So competency is something that we're legislative to ensure members maintain. So yes, proactive steps in enforcing conduct. I'm just going to leave that bit out because we don't enforce conduct. If a complaint comes to us, we're legislated to follow through on it. Does the college identify behavior in social media, for example, without a complaint? We do track and follow all forms of social media, and when it has been brought to my attention a number of times, certain things that were said on Twitter, on Facebook, by our comms team, I don't know if I don't think we've ever addressed it as a complaint, though. No, we try and address it with a direct answer, but I don't know if we've ever gone to the point of filing our own complaint.
No, normally we would just contact the member, ask them what
Yeah.
on there, and ask them what's wrong, we resolve it at that level.
Yeah, what Jen says is that we generally reach out to the person making the comment on social media and see if we can resolve it that way. All right. I've seen after a practitioner made a complaint against a coworker, the rat was bullied and slandered by friends of the accused. Is there any protections in place for those willing to expose others? Yes, there is. When you make a formal complaint, you can ask to not have your identifying information given to the person you're complaining against. So there are those processes in place. Yeah. All right. This is a bit off topic, but wasn't sure where to ask. Is there a clear and concise updated scopes of practice for each level? Provisional practice permits have restrictions for things not taught. So, scopes of practice. This speaks directly to our revision of the standard of practice, which I'm hoping to dive into in the fall. Excuse me. We don't have a clear and concise updated scope of practice. We refer to the National Competency Profile for what it is we can do, and that's what educators lean on when they teach. It's my hope that by the time we're done our work on our standards of practice that we have a clear and concise scope. So to be determined later. That's a good one. Are the code of ethics enforceable when I'm off duty? Well, like we've seen with the Facebook post from the nurse in Saskatchewan, well, I can't say for sure, but that type of stuff, yeah, absolutely. If you're representing yourself as a paramedic, it could come into play. Again, not a clear cut and dried answer, and maybe Jen can answer it more specifically in when we answer them in writing, but my answer would be yes, they can be if you're representing yourself as a paramedic off duty. All right, I think that's it. I'll do a little
Jiggle down. All right, thanks so much, Tim, for the great look at the Code of Ethics. I don't know that anyone has ever provided that much information about the creation of the document or how to apply it in practice, so thank you. I really appreciate that you're willing to reopen the feedback opportunity now that we've had this conversation. I think the importance of the code may be clearer, so please, any of you who would like to provide additional comments, this document guides our profession, so take time, read it, and submit your clarification questions or comments or questions or concerns. Next up, our Competence Committee Chair is going to join you, Tim. Oh, he's not going to. He didn't tell me that. All right. So we got Tim again to discuss our continuing competence. So take it away, Tim.
Oh, no, I'm good. I'm good, thanks. So actually, this is one I'm actually glad I'm talking about. The Continuing Competence Program. I think likely this is one of the least understood and maybe the most controversial sort of regulatory programs that we got. So I wanted to take some time to talk about this. Oh. Is there a way to get that down there? Thanks. So when I think about continuing competence, and again, I'm going back to when I first started, we all used to get mailed out to us those the quizzes and the little forms we filled them out, and I actually get asked a lot, like, how come we can't go back to that? Let's do that. That was good. That was easy. And I agree, it was. You could go to any hall in Calgary and usually find the answers. I'm not saying I did that, but it could have happened. But I want to just ask you, is that really an assessment of competency? Would we be viewed as doing our job, our role of ensuring that we have competent practitioners, if we still did that? And I think that's a pretty obvious answer. Over the years, the program morphed into a few different variations, self-reflected learning modules that we had to do and creating learning plans. I expect many here remember that. Was this successful? It was likely a bit more defensible, but was it easy for members? Would we say it was successful? And I think it was, based on my own experiences, I would say it was probably not as well received. So we switched, a few years back to a credit-based structure with some mandatory components and some modules, but it still seemed to change from year to year. And most recently, we went from a 2-year to a 1-year. And again, most recently, we added a mandatory module. So it keeps changing. And in the members' survey, 76% of you said that continuing competence was an area where they weren't clear on. And I can understand it. It keeps changing. It's my hope today that I'm at least give you some information about where we're headed. And I'll be happy at the end to take lots of questions on this, so keep plugging them into Pigeonhole. So I want to take I missed that slide. So take a very high-level look at this. We have to have it in place. It's in Section 50 of the HPA. It says that we must have a program, but really in the HPA, that's all it states. It's of the entire act, it's only one small section and with 3 parts to it. So it says we have to have a continuing competence program. If you went to the Paramedics Profession Regulation, sections 19 to 24 give more detail on this. It's more how of the things that we must, kind of have in place. That we have to provide for the professional development. We have to have credits. Competence talks about competence assessments and says we have to have rules to the program. So, the Act and the regulations kind of give us a bit of a framework. The program itself still has to be created within these rules. And to ensure that we met regulatory requirements and while still maintaining that we have a fair and equitable program, we started looking around at what other regulators and other health jurisdictions, or other health regulators and other jurisdictions across Canada do. So this is sort of a little bit about what we found. You can see the hour requirements per year. Some aren't hour requirements, some are learning plans, some do a self-reflected model. The hours varies quite a bit. And not just with the other health professions, but if you look down to some of the other self-regulated provinces, they're in flux. Manitoba says it's in development. Currently, they have a tiered system, 40, 62, and 75 hours for EMR, PCP, and ACP, but they're just moving from into self-regulation, so that's all being reworked. So we looked at that, didn't get a real great, clear idea, so we went to the member feedback. And in the member survey, we were asked what everyone thought about continuing competence. And this is where we kind of landed. How many continuing competence hours should a regulator member spend doing courses, activities, and seminars to ensure they stay competent and current in practice? And again, we're pretty scattered here. There's a large, probably the largest majority landing at 20, between 1 and 20, and another significant amount between 21 and 60. So we had to build a program based on this information, and a lot of things had to consider. Should we do tiered? If we do a tiered, and by tiered I mean EMR, PCP, and ACP all have different hour requirements. If we're going to do this, should we? And then from the feedback that we received, some were saying EMRs need more training or more hours because they take less training, and others say they need less because they have less competencies. Education kind of came into play here. Should instructors who don't treat patients have to do less, or because they're teaching tomorrow's practitioners, should they be required to do more? And should someone who actively practices all their skills every day, do they need to do less because they're competent, or do they need more because they're doing the skills every day? Really, it was difficult to land and see some consensus, but we, and I say by we, I mean mostly Sydney and Tanya and the Continuing Competence Committee were challenged to take all this information and create a continuing competence program. So that's what they did. And I mentioned earlier this morning, they did that through probably 3 or 4 different changes in leadership. So not only is it a difficult job to do, but receiving direction from 3 or 4 different people also, I'm sure, played into the headaches that were required, or the headaches that came about. But they broke it down into sort of 3 different areas, actually 2 different areas, self-directed learning and continuing education. And you see required learning is in there as well, required learning falling under continuing education. We're sticking with a simple system, so 60 credits. You're going to be required to provide 60 credits. With 30 of these credits must come a minimum of, a minimum of 30 credits must come from continuing education. And the remaining 30 credits can come from either self-directed activities or from continuing education. The credits are going to be rewarded at 3 credits per hour for continuing education and 1 credit per hour for self-directed. What that means is if you do everything through continuing education, it'll equal 20 hours. If you split it 30-30, it'll be up to 20 hours. Sorry, up to 40 hours. So you're going to land between 20 and 40 hours of required learning per year. Make sure I'm on the right page here. So when we look at some guidance provided us to by the PAC documents, they break down the paramedic roles into clinician, professional, educator, advocate, and team member. And our continuing education programs that we approve are going to be programs that speak to these roles. I'm going to apologize. I'm going to show you why I'm getting a little lost. I printed this off, and my notes have got a big black line going through it. So, yeah, I'm going to wing it again. The self-directed learning, the reason that that's in place, we want to give practitioners the range to reflect on what they think is important for their role. Not everyone, we saw earlier, not everyone works in the back of an ambulance. Some work in industry, some work in fire, some work in administrative roles like myself, some work as educators. And it's important to allow people to continue to take training and professional development that they can direct themselves. But it's also important to recognize the continuing education. Some courses that have received approval through the college that speak to specifically to the paramedic roles. And I'm just going to move to the next slide here. Programs can submit their, I suppose, not just educational institutions, but companies or anyone who's doing training can submit their programs to the college for credit approval under Con Ed. We have a process in place that allows for the submission of these programs to us. There's certain requirements that they have to meet. As far as legal requirements, we have to ensure that they have, the ability to deliver programs, the license to deliver programs, the capacity to deliver programs, and then we'll take the content that they're providing and teaching, and we'll run that by the competence committee for their approval. And then once we get these programs submitted and we'll give them approval, they'll be eligible for the 3-to-1 credit requirement. So that's a little bit about that. I want to speak to required competencies because I think that that's a bit of a hot button topic, particularly this year. We made the module from Grant MacEwan mandatory this year. This was a determination that was made because there was a gap found, both through conduct, providing us input, the complaints process, the competence committee determined that there was a need to really develop a robust training to explain what the HPA is and the requirements. We provided subject matter experts to Grant MacEwan to help develop this course. They housed it because we don't have a learning management system at the college, so we did have to outsource it, and there was a cost to that. And that cost, we worked really hard to get to $60 per member. But to try and offset that, like I mentioned earlier this morning, we made that the only required competence for this shortened year. I know that mandatory training isn't always popular, but it will be something that will be required from time to time. If we notice gaps in competence or gaps in professionalism, or we're dictated by outside forces like government or to address certain issues, there may be a need to determine, to deliver a mandatory component. Like I mentioned earlier, 2019-20 and 2020, we don't currently have one, but Bill 21, if I, like say, look in my crystal ball, I foresee that that may be something we'll have to address. So stay tuned. And then the last piece that I want to talk about is audits. And I spoke about it a little bit earlier, but I'll just, moving forward from where we're going, where we're at now, having just completed our first audit, we're in the final stages sort of formulating how we're going to move forward, but we're going to do a randomized, random selection of between 10 and 20%. It'd be nice if we could get every 5 years, someone would have to go through an audit process. And again, the audit, it's not like a big tax audit. All we're doing is asking for your verification of the credits you receive. How we're planning to randomize this is every member has a computer-generated IMIS number. IMIS is the platform that we house our app registration information on. And we'll just take the last digit. There's 10 digits. We take two a year. Gives us our sort of random selection. And when you are randomly selected, we'll be asking you to provide documentation. So certificates of programs you took, or receipts, or attendant logs, anything, and submit them to the college so that we can go through the process, audit it, and let and move people through the move people successfully through the audit. I already spoke with this year's results. This year, unfortunately, after going through about 300, we had 16 practice permits that were suspended after 4 months of trying to, over 4 months of trying to get people to submit documentation. I'm going to say it again. It's important that if you are selected for audit, help us out. Give us the documentations, anything that you got. If it's not complete, let us know. But communicate with us, work with us. This is a process that we have to do. It's important that we ensure that people are accurate with the information that they're putting in the portal, and this is the way that we have to do it. I think that's all I'm going to say on audits. Frequently asked questions. So how do I know what my credit requirements are? In the portal, when you go to continuing competence, it's going to say right on there. If there's a required competency, it's going to say on there. Can you claim credits for being on call at a volunteer fire hall? No, you can't. We don't recognize patient contact hours. That's something that was possibly happening in the past. My memory doesn't go back that far, but that's not what that's not the structure we have. Why can't I claim credits for instructing? You can claim credits for taking the instructor course, but instructing, you can't. And I could probably answer these more in detail in sort of a writing at the end of this and out in Pigeonhole or out in the Pulse document. But why do I have to keep my proof of completion? Because when we ask for it, we want you to have it there ready to give it to us. If you, what happens if I'm selected and you don't participate? Well, yeah, and you know, as much as it, like I said, I didn't undertake the suspending of 16 people very lightly. Sydney can attest to that. I pushed back a lot, and we tried to give every possible chance. I mean, I phoned people directly. I was getting calls all, through the weekend. and I'm not saying, oh, poor me, but I mean, we did a lot of work to get these people to get documentation to us. And if you don't participate, you put us in a situation where we really don't have much choice. So please participate. And like I say, even if it's just saying, I can't find them, I don't have them, what do I do? We can work with you. If you're on a leave of absence, we actually do have a way of taking a leave of absence from continuing competence. If you're taking a break, you can take a break from your continuing competence requirements, up to 24 months. There's a process, it's on our website, it's a simple form you fill out, and we can work with you with that. Unable to practice, why can't I only receive a... Oh, after 24 months. So if you are unable to practice longer than 24 months, some other legislative issues kick in, like we have to make sure that you're current in practice. If you go for more than 2 years, our legislation speaks to you cease becoming current in practice, and then we have to start looking at things like refresher programs and that. So again, this is something that we will work with you on if you're unable to practice. But the big thing here is communicate with us. So one of the things that we just I wanted to make sure that I'm clear on, and the Competence Committee and Sydney, and I think everyone at the college wants to let you know, is we want to maintain the structure of 60 credits, half with self-directed, up to half self-directed, and continuing education as the other half. We want to maintain this structure for a few years. We want to see how it works. I think that we can. It's going to be hard to evaluate it if we keep changing it every year. So, the committee's committed to this. I'm committed to this. Staff's committed to this. And aside from the occasional required competency thrown into the continuing education part, we don't see any changes to the program over the next foreseeable future. So, to that. And I'll just take a second for the pigeon. Oh, there we go. Does the college plan to start doing practice visit as permitted under the HPA? So, does the college plan to? The regulation and the HPA says the college may. That's the language that is used. So I think it's important that we have a process to do practice visits, but because we're not required to do it, that just says we may do it, I think we'll develop the process first and see if there's circumstances arise where we would have to do practice visits. And we're developing our process on how to do practice visits. What is the college definition of continuing competence? Activities to maintain competency in current practice setting and/or any emphasis on continual learning, improvement, or professional growth. That's a good one. I mean, that's a pretty good definition there. I don't know, do we have oh, Sydney's nodding yes. Off the top of my head, to be perfectly honest, I can't speak exactly to what our definition is. You'd think I'd be able to do that, but this is my third speech, so. Thank you, right. So with unrolling this program, there is a handbook that will clearly define what continuing competence is, and that will come out when we're ready to unlaunch the program. Yeah. If the college does practice visits to industrial sites, I can guarantee 99% of the practitioners will have violations because of the companies they work for. Help the industrial practitioners. Actually, this is, no.
Sorry.
Do you want to?
I would say that the 99% would be a little bit inaccurate. As an industrial provider, I can say, I mean, there are a lot of companies out there that do a good job and make sure that their practitioners are competent, get the training that they need. There are some out there that aren't, but I mean, that's our job as employers, is to make sure we maintain competent practitioners, regardless of the practice setting. So, training, making sure they're competent, making sure they're able to do the skills that they're required to do, because they are on their own a lot of the time. So I think there are a lot of companies out there that are doing a really great job. And I think that we probably only see about a 20-30% violation rate, I think, with the practitioners when it came to competency and practice visits.
And maybe just on industry, I think it's been brought forward that it's been sort of an area we've need to pick up our game on. And we reached out in maybe 2 months ago to sent a survey out to all the industrial sites and asking for, one, how they want us to communicate with them, and also for information on a survey, and trying to compile a complete list, because understanding where everyone's working is important for us. So there are initiatives underway at the college to improve our engagement with industry. All right, regardless of an audit, if you're selected, regarding audits, if you're selected, is it for the last 5 years or for the current year? I think the intent would be to audit the year previous, but I think 1 to 3, we could do up to 3 years previous. So here's the thing. We look at what we're doing this year for required competency. It's one thing. It's the Grant McEwen module, right? So this year, auditing 2019 is going to be pretty easy. Either you did the module or you didn't. You get a certificate for it. So if that ever came up in the future, I don't think it would, but we could look at maybe auditing 2 years if auditing 1 year wasn't going to prove to be effective. Could we please have the meeting augmented with some educational sessions or some other collaborative effort? That would be, yes, you could, and we will. In the past, credit was given for attendance to the AMM, and in the future, credit will be given for attending the AMM. And the research day, I believe we also gave credit for as well. As long as this continues, we have the research day and the AMM together, it'll be eligible for Con Ed credits moving forward. This year, because this is one of those things where you do something you think's good and it has unintended consequences. By making the mandatory module the only required competency for this cycle, granting credits for this AMM participation in the research day didn't make sense, because the required module was all you had to do. So lesson learned there, and moving forward, we'll be granting credits for the AMM. Wouldn't it be more cost-effective to develop a learning platform through the college website in the long run to continue to offer these courses? Yes, I think it would. The problem learning management systems can be a bit pricey, but if this is something that becomes financially viable, boy, could you imagine if we could host our own? I think that'd be fantastic. So like I say, we have to be judicious with how we spend practitioners' money. But if we can prove that there's a benefit and we can prove that we can afford it, I think that it's something that I would definitely push for. Some industrial companies are run by people with absolutely no medical training, and they want to make a quick buck so they can start a medic company. How can you say they are competent working for them? Okay, fair enough. I guess this kind of speaks to what our role of the college is. We regulate practitioners. We don't regulate employers. As much as that would be beneficial in some cases, all we can speak to is the competency of the practitioners. So how we maintain that competence is through a program like this. We ensure that they do their 60 credits per year, and we determine that that is how we can prove that these practitioners are competent. Oh, do you want to speak to more of that?
I just want to add, regarding the survey that was sent out to all the industrial providers, that was some of the questions that were asked. what can we do to help support, how do you find the training that they're being provided and things like that. So that's actually going to demonstrate whether or not the people in the industrial community is actually making sure that the providers are competent. So I do think that the college is doing their due diligence and making sure that the providers in the industrial sector are competent and willing and able to provide good care to our people in the oil and gas sectors and construction sectors.
Yes. Are you looking for more people to join the Continuing Competence Committee? If so, how do you get involved? Yes, we are. Thank you for whoever made that comment. I should know the process off the top of my head. I think my mind's turning a little mushy, but do you want to?
Hey, I know it.
Okay.
Governance. So if you want to become a committee member of any kind, please email the college. Express your interest for the committee. Specify specific committees if you have a general interest. However, they do have what's almost like a recruiting process. You provide the email, they contact you. They kind of go through the resume, discuss it with you, and then it goes to the committee, and then they choose. It's actually blinded, though, so the people in the committees don't actually know who they're choosing. They're choosing you guys based on merit and your, the information that you provide to the college. So, you know, it's not something where, you know, me on a committee saying, oh, I like Joe and I like Bob and I like, you know, it's not like that. It's definitely so that we're making sure that the committees are selected for competence and things like that, and merit-based.
Thanks. I may have missed this, but is the college going to offer a list of Con Ed courses with quizzes to earn credits, like many other programs? Yes, there will be a list of Con Ed courses. That'll be posted on our website. It's important to say that for us to come up with the entire list of available Con Ed for every different sort of practice setting is really tough, but we have a list started. As more people submit Con Ed to us, we're going to be able to expand that list. So if we have a list, let's say we have a list of 40 things and someone submits something that's not one on that list, the committee can look at that and go, hey, this actually makes sense. This is a good Con Ed course. It meets all of our requirements. Pass it, put it up there. And so I see this list growing. If a small contract service provider wants to offer a seminar to its employees, would it be feasible to have them meet the regulatory process and burden to get this approved for Con Ed credits? Yeah, I think it would depend on the content. It would have to go past the competence committee, and it would have to meet the rest of the sort of requirements that we have. I didn't go into those in detail, but those will be available with the with our continuing education handbook on how to apply for your courses or your training to be approved for Con Ed.
They're reasonable.
Mm-hmm. Yep. How will continuing competence be evaluated for those working in non-clinical practice settings? That's a good one, as I find myself in that setting at the moment. Continuing competence, that wheel that we had, the 6 different sort of roles of a paramedic, the advocate, the educator, the clinician. My competency, one of the courses I took last year was a course in mediation. That applies to my practice setting. It met the requirements for what a continuing competence course was. It was provided by all the list. It met all that. So it depends on what the competencies you are. Sorry, I'm running out of steam here, guys. I don't know if I fully answered that one. I think I kind of rambled through that. All right, I'm going to move on. Sorry about that. I'll try and be...
We'll answer that one in the pulse.
Yeah, we'll answer that one in the pulse. How do other provinces maintain their continuing competence, and is there a Canadian standard that can be implemented so it's consistent across Canada? That's a good question. I've been sitting recently the last 6 months on COPRA, which is the Canadian Organization of Professional or Paramedic Regulators. And I speak to those guys all the time. It's all the other registrars from the other provinces. And I'll tell you, everyone struggles with continuing competency. Could there be a Canadian standard? I think that there probably, before a standard comes, there will probably be a more opportunity to share training programs back and forth than there would be to develop and land on a standard. But that's in the works, working to share programs back and forth, so that gives us everyone more opportunities. Will some courses be given a preset credit level, such as ACLS, ITLS? Yep. Sydney says yep. That's the short answer. 3 to 1. Yeah, 3 to 1 for hours. Yep. Oh, what is considered continuing education and what is considered self-directed? So simply put, the continuing education is the ones that are college approved. Self-directed are ones that a practitioner can take that they feel would help them in their self-reflective practice. So trying to do examples for you here. Continuing education, like ACLS, is one that is already an approved Con Ed course. Self-directed, let's say I felt that I was a bad driver. Maybe I am a bad driver, but let's say I felt that I was a bad driver and I wanted to take a driving course through Joe's driving school. I could claim that perhaps as self-directed learning, and I could speak to it in that it makes me a better driver, which makes me a better paramedic. But since it's not through an accredited or an approved program through the college, I would only get a 1-to-1 for that, where ACLS, which is approved, would get 3 to 1. I hope that sort of helps differentiate between Con Ed and self-directed. Given the practice roles, professional, advocate, educator, is there going to be work to identify competencies in those domains and how to get continuing competence credits in those domains? I suspect, I'm going to say that, pardon me? Answer it. Okay, that's probably a longer answer, because there's a process that we would go through, and it's probably a bit lengthy for me to get into, and really the expert is sitting in the middle of the room and not up front here, so we'll answer that one in the pulse. Is there still a max of 30 credits per course? I mean, you can claim as many. Right. Yeah, so if it's all self-directed, our self-directed does max, like I said, at 30 credits. So you have to claim at least 30 credits through continuing education. If I took 7 Con Ed courses, I can claim more, but really 60 is what's required. So.
That is it for questions. All right. Well, thanks, Tim.
The hook. All right.
You're off the hook.
Thanks for enduring that, everyone.
All right. So thank you so much, Tim, for the great information on the competence program and answering all those questions. Some of those questions are lengthy questions. So again, please refer to the Pulse. All the questions will be answered there. So the more robust answers will be there with links to the website and things like that and where you can find them. All right, so here we go. It's the end of the day. This is now the end of our formal agenda. I want to thank everyone for attending and for participating in our meeting today. But to end our day, we need to get to some door prizes. We have 2 golf kits that we'll draw for first, and then the third draw will be for a 1-year renewal registration fee. Oh boy. So they're number tickets. I don't want to do this by myself. Come on. We got to have someone else come up here. Ian. Can you give me a hand here? All right. So, golf kit number 1. 039-62611. That's a very good question. I don't know the answer to that. Do we need to be here to win? Yes. All right. So does anybody have that number? Going once. Going twice. All right. You want to know the number again? 039-62611. Yeah, I just repeated the number. Someone wasn't sure. Okay. Moving on. 039-62603. Okay, we got a winner. Congratulations. All right. I'll hold that. You already gave me that. You hold it while I'm reading the number. Otherwise, I'm going to drink.
That's okay.
Thanks. All right. And number 2, 0396-2599. Yay! I know, sorry. All right. And last but not least, the 1-year registration. 039-626-32. Oh, Miss Cameron. I think so.
Yeah, you can give it to someone else.
Hmm?
Do you want to just draw again?
Well, I don't know, like, I get covered.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, do you want
We'll just draw again.
us to draw again? Cheryl is requesting we draw again. So thank you, Cheryl. So for the 1 year, 0396-2636. 2636. All right. Going once. Going twice. Gone. I'm just going to say the last 4 numbers because I think we all know it's 0396. 2634. Wow, a lot of people went home after lunch. That or Tim bored them to death, I'm not sure. I'm kidding. All right. 2638. There we go. We got a winner. Congratulations. All right. In closing, I truly want to thank everyone for coming today. Everyone who made the effort to be here, to participate, and participate through Facebook Live. Our profession is finding its feet, and I'm confident that we have started on a good path now. This new leadership at the college and how our staff have stepped up to the tasks we have required of them is a solid foundation for our profession. Thank you to our staff who helped out with the registration and to help members submit questions to Pigeonhole throughout the day. And your support of our profession is incredible, and we value your contributions. Let's give them one more hand. The question and answer session in Pigeonhole will stay open until 8 p.m. tonight. So if you have any more questions that you want to ask, please do so, especially if you're driving home and you're like, oh yeah, I wanted to do that. And please not while you're driving, when you get home. Please make sure you fill out the survey to let us know what you thought about today's meeting. And we love feedback and are only able to make changes if you're willing to tell us what you'd like us to do differently. So on that note, let's vacate the room so we can set up for the gala tonight and all get fancied up and have a good night. Thank you, guys.